Good afternoon or evening, y'all. Happy June 27th. Today is Tuesday. I'm pretty sure about that. We have a moderate risk today for a very localized area across Oklahoma and Kansas. So let me know if you got me clear coming through here. There's also another area of risk that we'll be focusing on up near Nebraska in the central and western part of the state up here. So what we're looking at is several areas of active severe weather. It's going to last for quite some time today and go into the early night hours as we go west east. Something of note today is that I want to make sure we're covering today's risk in particular, even though it's much less of a tornadic risk, but much more focused on wind and hail for everybody involved. Because some of these areas were recently impacted, such as Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is currently in the enhanced risk or a 3 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center, and parts of the Texas Panhandle near Perryton, which may escape most of the severe weather today, but some of these areas were recently impacted and have gotten a lot of severe weather, including from this complex down here near Jackson, Mississippi. So I want to make sure that in the event that anything, or we get a worst case scenario today of some really strong, damaging winds from any of these storms, that we're paying attention and making sure we can cover this for anybody who is in a vulnerable area as a result. So I will have Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley with me today, right below. Things pop off in Nebraska, which they probably are getting ready to do so. I also have another chaser up there ready to go if we can get him on later as supercells take off in that region. We might not see very many tornado warnings today. If that's the case, our focus will be on those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that may come through. So you're already seeing down here this complex in the Texas Panhandle here, right in the northwest corner of the state. This is what's going to kind of go into our risk area and travel all the way down here along this line, possibly all the way towards Joplin, Missouri, past midnight. So this is going to be a long one for this storm complex down here. It's really going to actually just take this path all the way through and give us some really damaging winds all the way across here. So following the easiest path is Mother Nature. And right in this zone from the highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center is where we have an easy path for storms to take. There's a little bit of a cap in the atmosphere in place, but there's a lot of instability, a lot of moisture streaming back in through here after some storms went through Oklahoma in the morning hours. Some of you may have seen those. Up here in Nebraska, we're going to go through these risks one by one while we wait for stuff to start up. You can see a supercell popping up over here in the last 30 minutes and really taking off as it enters the most favorable environment here, highlighted in orange for North Platte and areas up through the sand dunes here and into southern South Dakota. We also have some hailstorms going on in the Rapid City, South Dakota area. Nothing you guys don't expect in the high plains during the late spring months. That's what's expected. So I will be paying a lot of attention today to chat. And let me know where you guys are watching from. What's going on in your area? I know we're going to be paying attention to smoke today. There's a lot of smoky areas, especially in the Midwest there. I'm in the Midwest, so it's just on the periphery of me here in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. So we're going to be paying attention to smoke, but not only that, we're going to be paying attention to excessive heat. There are some incredible excessive heat watches out that are the first we've seen for some of these areas in 10, 11 years. Some cases, the first excessive heat watch that has ever been issued by some of the National Weather Service offices in the Southeast. So we are going to go over those. We're going to talk about heat. I'm going to build off of what you guys are giving me here in the chat, and we're going to go through today one by one. So before I do that, one real quick thing here is actually up here in Manitoba. And yes, I will cover Canadian weather as I have the option to do so here on Radar Omega. From this site, right here to the west of Winnipeg along the Trans-Canada Highway 1 here. If I play this loop back, you guys can see near this area a very strong area of rotation, and I'll show you the reflectivity in just a bit, popped up right here. A supercell very briefly may have dropped a tornado east of Austin, Manitoba, and probably right over the town of McGregor. So you can see that right there. Watch the supercell here on reflectivity. I'm going to play this through. Here in Manitoba, you can see a little bit. It's a little bit more difficult to see on the Canadian radars. They're pretty good at what they do, but if you watch really closely, you can see that hook taking shape there very shortly and possibly dropping a tornado very close to the town of McGregor here. So I just want to make sure I'm paying attention up here in Canada too. Thanks to Radar Omega, I can do so. Although the Environment Canada warnings aren't coming through for some reason, so that's okay. There was a tornado warning over here, and we could pay close attention to the radar and, look at our own possible warning areas. So that's what's going on up there. Thanks for letting me know where y'all are watching from. Thanks for the support already, Linda. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeanette, as well. Amarillo. 2 from Amarillo. Wichita, Kansas. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to be wanting to pay attention today. Down the line there in northwest Arkansas, you are in that enhanced risk, but I will probably not be live by the time it gets there because it's going to be probably in the early morning hours for y'all. But hopefully that's on the tail end of whatever happens today and the wind threat kind of dies down a little bit. So there's Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley's feed showing up nicely right below me. And we've also got a virtual Railfan up in Kearney, Nebraska, which is on the edge of this more northern risk from the Storm Prediction Center today. Again, let's go through the areas here. Yeah, I'll also look at the northeast. Thank you, Phil, for sending that through. Let's go through the risks just a little bit here so you understand what's going on today. This is the tornado outlook. And these green areas are just 2% tornado risks, which are associated with the lowest possible highlighted outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Today is not a tornado day. Not a tornado day. But what it is wind. So this area in pink is our moderate risk for damaging winds right here through southwest and south central Kansas. But not to be discounted is the red area in the enhanced damaging wind threat going through Tulsa, recently impacted, and Wichita, Kansas, all the way down the line to northwest Arkansas over here in the morning. Up here, our enhanced risk is in place mostly for hail. So I'm going to show you guys that, and then we're going to get into the radar. So some large hail is possible in that moderate risk down here. And then we also have very large hail possible with supercells entering this red hatched area for significant hail today. Cool? Cool. All right, let's go one by one through active weather areas. Switch over to the radar here, and let's go to the northeast first. Since we had that sent through from Phil. No severe thunderstorm warnings remain up here in the northeast. Let me get that on a dual panel so you guys can see that better. No severe thunderstorm warnings remain up here in the northeast. We're looking at New Jersey here, Delaware. There were some earlier, maybe a sporadic 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts, but it's just getting dark with some heavy rain up here. Not too bad for y'all. And that's gonna be the case through basically the night. I think this is gonna be a waning threat. We had that marginal risk in place for areas over here and really off the coast. As you get closer to the coast, I think it gets a little bit. I think it gets a little bit more stable. A little bit less likely for severe weather to occur up here. But yeah, this was a lower end threat compared to what some of you guys saw yesterday. Some of the storms may have been pretty exciting yesterday, quite a bit of damaging wind reports. So let me know how yesterday went for anybody there in the mid-Atlantic. Tell me about your storm stories. So there you go. I looked up in the northeast. I'm not seeing too much besides some flash flooding warnings, but these are your basic flash flood warnings. Just don't drive through flooded waters is what these are telling you. Kathy, thanks for the support. Dogman, much appreciated. Happy to help out as much as possible. And Leslie, Broken Arrow, I think will be just a little bit to the south. Just a little bit to the south of where those storms probably will progress through in the early night. There is our first destructive warning. That is the reason I was going to go live today. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning there in New Mexico. Once again, these storms down here, let me find a good radar for this. These storms down here are basically going to be the ones that travel all the way along our moderate risk area today. So that is for Raton. And this destructive warning is going to be for 80 mile an hour wind gusts. So it's possible we could see a derecho today. I'll go ahead and lay that out for you guys. The derecho is an upper end windstorm, damaging winds that persist along its path for a long period of time. So it's possible we could see that today. Let's go to a radar site that shows me that a little better. And that's going to be the case. So you're going to see a lot of these. Look, this storm doesn't even look like very much of anything on radar. But this has the upper end severe thunderstorm warning tagged on it. So it doesn't even look like very much here. Yet we already have very high winds. Isn't that impressive? That is impressive to me. And what's driving all these storms today? Well, fun question. It's this guy right here. showing up on the radar. You see that? You see this line right here? This is a dry line. A dry line is basically dry air over here, moist air over here. If they come together, bam, storms. So all the way through western Nebraska, all the way down into the Texas Panhandle is the dry line, popping up storms for us. And then these storms are going to, or they're expected to congeal together and go off towards Dodge City and skirt right along that state border. Yeah, happy to help. Air quality is bad today. We're going to talk about that, of course, for everybody getting in now. We're going to talk about excessive heat. All the smoke that's going on. Lots to talk about today. Ryan's doing okay. Ryan's doing fine. I'm sure if he has something super important he wants to share, then he can definitely pop through as he has before. We will not have Carly today. Carly is working at the moment, so no Carly on this stream. You'll just have me and you guys. So what's going on? Are you experiencing heat? Sorry, I wasn't able to keep up the chat just a little bit there. There's a lot of people. Some tree branches down in your neighborhood, damaging winds. Yep, that's going to be the case. Maybe a lot of looser tree branches after yesterday's storms in the Northeast and North Carolina and Virginia. So if any more come through today, yeah, we could see just a little bit more damage from any weakened biological stuff there. Will you see Midas today? It's possible, but I wouldn't give it a 100% chance. I'm going to start posting Midas more on my Twitter, though. I have not put enough cat pictures on the Twitter. Heat watch, excessive heat watch for your area. 104 in Amarillo today, very muggy. Hot in Tennessee, it's only going to get worse there, too. Air quality index very high for those in the Midwest. Yeah, I have several maps to share with you guys that show you that. So let's go ahead and go through those while we wait for more severe thunderstorms to pop up for us to cover. Let me show you that once I can get this up. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. So here is the graphic from the National Weather Service, and I want to look at how much is going on here. So let's just start going through this, actually. Current graphic from the National Weather Service is this one. And you can see in the gray here, air quality alerts. Yep, smoke. That's going to continue to be the case. We have a cold front pushing through and dragging in smoke all the way up from various wildfires that are ongoing across parts of the northern parts of the provinces in Canada. Lots of wildfires. This is mostly natural. There's a lot more than usual, but these pine forests up here, they need wildfires to actually work properly. Also, I'm not sure what's going on with this feed down here. How interesting is that? We just have a larger feed there. It'll be fixed on the other scene. But air quality alerts, yeah, you guys can see the smoke. I would encourage not being outside and breathing that in. It's not the best for anyone who is experiencing that. And then down here in the red, this is an excessive heat watch. And for Nashville, for Birmingham, I saw that there has never been an excessive heat watch issued by these offices. There have been excessive heat warnings in this area, but there's never been an anticipated watch of excessive heat here. To where we know conditions are going to be supportive for just absolutely miserable heat index values here. 110 degrees Fahrenheit, 115 degrees Fahrenheit is possible with all of the humidity and very hot air moving into these regions. Now, in Memphis and also in Jackson, these offices have issued excessive heat watches before, but they were kind of 15 years ago was the last time that happened. So all of this area is incredibly abnormal for excessive heat. This is going to be in effect over the next 3, 4, maybe even 5 days, but especially into the weekend is when it's going to be the worst from Friday and on, basically. So please plan around this. This is more dangerous than a tornado, guys. This is more dangerous than a tornado because it's so widespread. Then you have the excessive heat warnings here, also prolific through Texas and the New Orleans area. Anyone in New Orleans can tell you what it feels like up here, what it's going to feel like. So yeah, be careful about that. And the last thing on this map is also our excessive heat watches up here in the Central Valley of California. Same thing, 110 degrees Fahrenheit heat index expected widespread across the Central Valley. You guys aren't you guys aren't surprised by this. This happens quite often, but this is going to be the hottest part of the year so far, and it has remained relatively not as hot as it could be in these areas. So this is going to start up very soon for y'all, also from Friday and on, I believe. So it's summertime, guys. It's summer. All of this excessive heat is terrible. So make sure you are taking care of yourselves. It is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Let's see. The next thing we can look at is the satellite. Let me show you guys the satellite for the storms today. Bring this up and give you a better look at that. What do we got? There we go. Satellite imagery here. We're looking in the central plains, and if we play this loop back, I want to show you guys a few things here that might be a little difficult to see, but if you pick it up, this right here, these little areas of clouds, you see these bands right here? These are called horizontal convective rolls. And these are in place today. We have a bunch of little cumulus clouds here dotting the sky in west central, northwest Oklahoma. These are in place, and they look like this because the atmosphere is stable right here. So you can see them just rolling along there, maybe dissipating a little bit, but you can see the pattern that they take there, a very clear, distinct area of lines of clouds. When that happens, it's because the atmosphere is stable, and essentially the clouds wobble up and down and they turn over each other because they can't punch through that cap, that lid on the atmosphere. So that's a really interesting thing there that you don't see that all the time, but they are fairly frequent. So your little convective rolls right here, just think of them as fresh rolls out of the oven. They rose a little bit, but they're not exploding. Does that make sense? I think that's good. And then we got our storm complex blowing up here right in the panhandles. This, again, is going to travel right along this vicinity for quite some time. You can see the cloud tops bubbling up here. And our failed earlier convection, a lot of people probably thought this was what was going to be our possible derecho today. But actually, what we're looking at is down here, these storms across the Panhandle and into the Raton here in New Mexico. These are going to travel all the way across our risk areas today, down here. So that's the case. And then if we go up a little bit here, we can see the storm in Nebraska. One little supercell that has popped off here. This guy right here. And that is going to persist into our environment favorable for very large hail right in this region. So pretty cool to take a look at the satellite, right? I hope you guys like the satellite view. I think it adds quite a bit here if we're able to analyze what's happening here. So you can see basically nothing else out in front of this thing, just ready to go and keep on going as a vigorous, intense supercell. And then there's that supercell on satellite. Here is that supercell on radar. A little bit disorganized, maybe just a bit there, but this is west central Nebraska here. We're pretty far away from a radar, but I think we'll move into the vicinity of the North Platte radar, and we'll have pretty good radar coverage up here for the day. You watch over there in the UK, easy to listen to. Yeah, if we don't have any tornado warnings going berserk here, if all I do is provide a nice reason of and comfortable voice, I'm happy to do exactly that. The smoke smelled that bad? It has for a lot of people. People who have gotten the smoke in the Northeast in the last month can tell you, yeah, that's basically what you're expected to get, what you're seeing outside today. So a report of tennis ball size hail also in Bridgeport, Nebraska here. So yeah, this supercell all on its lonesome has already produced 2.5-inch hail. That's not insignificant. Get a tennis ball out, and yeah, that's going to hit you in the head. You don't want to be outside in that. Tornado threat is low, indeed. So let me play I'm going to play the loop of the storms that are expected to keep going, so you guys can watch this for a while as these develop down here. Once again, I'll draw the arrow while we wait for stuff to pop off here. These are going to be the storms that consolidate here and move all the way up through Wichita. All the way over across the state border and towards Tulsa eventually. So we're going to be here for a while, seeing if these transform into an upper echelon wind risk today. And in the meantime, yeah, I'll just chat with y'all. I believe Reed is up there in Nebraska. Is that true? Y'all? So if Reed is up in Nebraska, we're not going to have as much coverage from him on this southern mode and the moderate risk for what could be a very powerful windstorm, possibly a derecho on the worst case here. So we're gonna watch this closely, of course. Reed up there in Nebraska, you got him on the TV and me on your phone. Very nice setup there. Love to hear that. I've also got news relay behind the scenes. Shoutouts to Brandy. Shoutouts to Brandy. Everybody helping with the news relay. How's Guam? It's tropical there. I'm sure it's okay. Oh yeah, we could talk about Adrian too. You know what? That is a good point. I had Adrian open just a little bit ago, but it's a new tropical storm off the coast of Mexico. I want to show you guys this so you already know what is happening with this guy over here. I'll talk about the tropics just a little bit. Adrian is our newest tropical storm off the coast of Mexico. Boop. There we go. From the National Hurricane Center here, this is Mexico over here. Oh, I'll draw that in black so you guys can see it. Mexico over here, this was just issued as a tropical storm, and this is basically the next 5 days here. You can see it's going to be generally in the same place, and it's expected to be a hurricane, maybe a low-end hurricane, we'll see. And we got another storm right back behind it that also has a good chance of developing, so usually these East Pacific storms stay away from any population centers and just mosey on out to sea, but sometimes they can recurve back into Mexico, and that's when they're a problem. And the best case, I would think, is this dissipates, and any remnant showers actually make their way up into the southwest desert states. So, and if they do make it up there into the Mojave at all, into Arizona or California, that would be interesting. But that's pretty far out down the line, so nothing really concerning to talk about here yet. These are just starting up. The other concern is whether Cindy, our tropical storm in the Atlantic, reforms and gives any winds to Nova Scotia. So that's the other thing I'm thinking about too. These are all things we would cover in forecast videos on Ryan's channel or mine. So those are some things I'm thinking about. He's in Nebraska. Reed is in the panhandle of Nebraska. He's in the panhandle. Well, there's 5 billion panhandles, aren't there? There we go. Watch how fast this is blowing up here. This storm near Guyman, now warned, already just straight to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, on that. We just heard that there. This supercell's popped up in front. This was our concern today. For any tornado threat, if there is going to be one, it's if a supercell pops up in front of our damaging wind threat, and that's exactly what's happening here. So we do have something to cover that could be concerning out ahead of the damaging wind threat here. This is the only chance, I think, for a reasonable tornado threat today, unless we get any spin-ups in the line down the line a few hours from now. This is our only tornado threat, so Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley is leaving Dodge City right now. His dot's up here, and he's traveling probably down towards this because he's seen this popped up in the last 30 minutes or so. So we already have a considerable severe on this. We'll see what it does. Looking at the winds on the right side, not really any reliable data that we can see so far. This is, again, a radar hole, which is my favorite thing to cover. It's just lovely. So we'll see what matures from this. So far, nothing bad, though. That was for Florida? Okay. Really? Considerable severe in Florida? You know, that happens quite often now, does it? Yeah, I see it. Baker County, Florida, Bradford County, Clay County, Duval, and Union County down there. Sure. Let's pull up a radar site and see what's going on down there. Happy to help, Jimmy. Thank you for the feedback. Flying out of Tulsa tomorrow morning. You should be fine. You're back behind the, you'll be back behind any severe threat. It'll be all the way through Tulsa in the morning. Considerable for ping pong and 70-mile-an-hour winds down here. So we just have quite the supercell down here. Maybe a blob. Maybe this is more of a transient structure. So this may be a supercell, may not be, but it's east of Lake City. Looking to pass south of Jacksonville here. Of course, I have an M4 panel again, so you can't see it. There we go. Looking to pass south of Jacksonville here. So just some damaging winds, and also larger than usual hail, maybe right in the core of this thing here, in the dark reds and the pinks. Nice. Just got the alert there in Middleburg, right in the middle of it, too. Middleburg is in the middle of the warning. Smoke in Chicago. Yep. How's the smoke, y'all? I'm watching the chat while we wait for this to boot up. I start my stream just a little bit early here, while storms were initiating. So it's good that we have coverage through and through of today's event expected. Happy about that, but we gotta wait for stuff to start up here to cover in depth. No tornadoes today. Maybe a couple. Maybe a couple. Yeah, I think one of the main things that we want to cover today, and the reason I have pushed for doing this stream in particular, is that some of these areas, like Tulsa, that are under the gun today for damaging winds, is they're a vulnerable state because there was a huge widespread power outages from the storm we covered just 10 days ago in the same area in Tulsa. So, as a result, if anyone's still lacking power in that area or you just got it back, we want to make sure everybody knows what's coming for them. AZ in St. Louis. AZ in Michigan. Yeah, man, that is the worst air quality. And I think it's going to keep happening when we get any cold fronts that come through are probably going to drag down more smoke with them. So, this might be one round. We might get another one, a couple more as we go through the summer. The wildfires up there are still uncontained, quite a few of them. So I think the smoke is going to be quite often found. Very smoky in Kalamazoo. Tons of people watching in the smoke. Oh, yeah. There's also risks tomorrow to talk about while we have time. Those of you watching in the Midwest, especially in the Twin Cities area, so me, I am probably going to be chasing tomorrow with a friend here. In fact, it might be this person right below me that I am chasing with. Any supercells in the Twin Cities area and also into western Wisconsin will have some large hail and a brief tornado threat with them. And then on Thursday, the risk transitions into Illinois. Only a slight risk for both days right now, so on the lower end, we wouldn't stream those normally unless they're upgraded. Subject to change, but it does look like severe weather will make its way through parts of the Midwest, Illinois on Thursday. Yeah, happy to help there from Ohio. Hopefully you're doing okay if it's smoky at all in that area. We're really watching two areas in particular here. This supercell out in front near Guyman, Oklahoma, and the damaging wind threat existing back behind it. There's our 81-mile-an-hour wind gust that prompted that huge severe thunderstorm warning for Raton, west of Des Moines, and they're in New Mexico. Don't tell me you pronounce Des Moines differently in New Mexico. Please don't. It better not be. It better not be Des Moines in New Mexico. Oh, that would just ruffle my feathers. Got power back last Friday in Tulsa. Yeah, I hope those winds stay to the north of you. They might take a track through Joplin and stay to your north. Smoke is terrible in Chicago. Yeah, absolutely. A huge amount of population dealing with the smoke there. Yep, so we're going back and forth here. Nothing too incredible to track yet, but the one supercell here in Nebraska, you can see that I need to put on 2-panel as well. One supercell here in Nebraska approaching Oshkosh. And going into very rural areas here in Garden County, first and foremost. That will persist for quite some time. We're going to see a lot of hail. Basically, just imagine this. If this supercell keeps going, there's going to be a path of hail that might even be visible on satellite just right out through its path. Like, we might be able to see the hail that this drops through here if it is that extreme. I have it right. I better. That's how they say it? Do they say it correctly? Desmoines? Desmoines? Oh, no. You spent a month in New Mexico, you say it the same? I'm going to trust you. I trust you. RG5. Good evening, y'all. Hopefully you're doing well. You fly into Milwaukee Friday morning. Oh, you don't have to spend too long in the smoke. Southern Ontario is super smoky. Yeah, absolutely. You reign the foreseeable future for Central Washington State? I sure hope so, but I think the heat is right on your doorstep down there. Or, over there. Up there. I think you're above me in latitude. I think the heat's on your doorstep, so hopefully there is some relieving storms that might pop up in there, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I sure hope it's Des Moines. Taylor Swift. Where is Taylor Swift setting up on Friday? Where is the concert? We've had a couple of bad instances of concerts recently. So I want, if there's a Taylor Swift concert, it better not be outdoors in a severe weather threat. Oh, that would be the worst. So where's Taylor Swift on Friday? We'll give a Taylor Swift forecast. Yeah, I think Oklahoma City should stay good tonight. Cincinnati. All right. Well, we don't have a highlighted risk area there yet for Friday. We'll see how that evolves. We pretty much will have probably some active weather in that area through Ohio in parts of Friday because we do have severe risks associated with a low pressure system in place on Wednesday and Thursday, tomorrow and Thursday, across parts of the Midwest. That should track logically into further east in the Midwest there on Friday. So we'll see if that stays the case. And it is outdoors? Oh no. Okay, we'll have to do a Taylor Swift forecast then for sure. Thanks for putting that on my brain. It's back here now. Taylor Swift forecast. The Swifties, yes. Dodge City, you better be paying attention over the next few hours. The storms are off to your west right now, and they are materializing right here in the Texas Oklahoma Panhandle. They might make it up to you, but they might skirt just to your south, okay? So we're watching this area in particular. Some of these storms probably will merge together and track to the east for quite some time. So currently they're moving this direction, but watch over the next few hours, watch what happens. My forecast is that they're going to curve off to the east and travel along the path of least resistance. That's probably what will happen. North Dakota with a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Bia, thank you for the support. Des Moines, how it's set in Iowa, good. Make sure you guys are keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right. That's in Central Time, Central U.S. time, so you're watching live, just in case. All right, we'll take a look at South Dakota. I've already got the radar site up, so we got several considerable warnings going through here. And yeah, sure enough, that is a considerable hailstorm right there. So I have the 4-panel radar up here. It's pretty cluttered, but what I'm going to show you in this area here, you can see some really stout, intense hail core here to the north of Rapid City. This is a frequent occurrence here, but we also have winds here. If we look in the bottom right, this is our differential reflectivity, okay? And right where that hail core is, we have a bunch of lowered values here in the grays and the blues. So this is our hail core right in here. I might have a better color for that. There you go. Hail core right in here. These lowered values tell me that there is possibly some large hail or quite a bit of hail that's suppressing these values right in there. So we switch back to the 2-panel so you get a better look at that hail core right there. Look at that. Gnarly storm. Gnarly hailstorm tracking into rural areas here north of Rapid City. Or, rural because it's probably mountainous. So there you go. Very large hail core, intense. This is likely what we like to call a hail blizzard ongoing here. So there's a little bit of a hail blizzard just to the east of I-90. And I'm not uber familiar with the mountain ranges here. I'm not sure if the Black Hills are off to the west or off to the east here. But basically sandwiched right between them. I think this is all Black Hills region, so nasty hail core going right through there. Hopefully nobody's out hiking. Oh man, do not go hiking in this hailstorm with very damaging winds here. Gosh, you don't want to be caught in that. That would be gnarly. See this right here? These right here are 70, 80 mile an hour winds, not too far above the surface here. And that's co-located with our hail blizzard. So yeah, that's an actual hail blizzard. Hail blizzard right in there. Wind-driven hail and a lot of it. Quite the storm. That's the Badlands. Got the Black Hills. Oh yeah, you're right. The Black Hills go down this direction. Right. And then we got the Badlands. The Badlands looking pretty bad right now. Red polygons are severe thunderstorm warnings. Live in West Virginia. The weather's boring there. Not always, but thankfully it is today. I'm hoping this is more of a chill stream tonight. We don't need no major severe weather outbreak. I just want to chill with y'all and see what you got. Like Lois here, thank you for this 25. I appreciate the super chat contribution. Happy to help. Yeah, Black Hills West. I got it. I got it. All I need is a subtle reminder, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I know all the geography here. What have you missed? Not much so far. We started the stream a little bit earlier. We're waiting for that damaging wind threat to pop off. And it definitely will. We've got that moderate risk in place today. So we're looking at South Dakota right now with these hailstorms. Very frequent up in this area. Very frequent in the late spring. Ryan won't be streaming today. It's not going to be a tornado outbreak. That's not expected. So no Ryan stream with today's severe weather. But since we have a moderate risk, that's enough of a cause for concern just to cover the severe outbreak. And we got Hunter Hurley storm chasing out there. I might check in with him from time to time if you guys want to hear from him. Yeah, we could talk about the recent warnings too, the recent days we went through. I really wish I was live for the Matador, Texas day. I really wish I was live for those 2 days around that vicinity were very good stream candidates. I wish I was there for that, but I can't be here every single time. I do the best I can. But yeah, I wish I was able to cover that Matador storm because that was intense for sure. Yeah, with a derecho, if we do get that high-end wind threat today, it's definitely going to be spin-up tornadoes if we see any of them. So I'm going to take another look as we watch this incredible hail blizzard ongoing here, hopefully impacting nobody to the north of Rapid City in South Dakota. I'm going to take another look. We're monitoring this supercell down here in particular in the Oklahoma Panhandle near Guyman. This is the one for concern if we do get a tornado threat today. It's with a leading supercell out in front of our damaging wind threat that's poised to take place back here. Our leading supercell would be our tornado producer if we do get one today. So we can already see some side-lobed rotation right in here. So this isn't necessarily legitimate, but it does tell me that at least parts of this storm are rotating. This is a proper supercell right in here. So we'll see if this continues on into a tornado warning if we do get one today. We might go this whole stream without a tornado warning, but if, I'm not sure about that. That is a possibility. Driving from Albuquerque to Tulsa on Thursday, you should be okay. You should be all right. If you were doing that today, I wouldn't be super happy about that, but you'd stay south on I-40 of all the storms, so you should be fine regardless. Yeah, side lobe contamination. What a great example here. This is side lobing. Let me show you guys what that means. So you see right here, we're scanning the storm 2 miles above the surface. So this is what the velocity looks like 2 miles above the surface, right? And the reflectivity, or how much energy the radar beams are pouncing into when they hit this storm. That's what we're looking at on the left. It shows us the rain, the hail in a very nice fashion. If I go up further into this storm in the reflectivity, watch what happens. See that? Now we're looking about 6 miles up in the storm. And right here, I'll draw in the better color. Right here is where at the lower level here, there's nothing going on. You see that? There's no rain down there. But if we go further up in the storm, there it is. So now, if there is an area where we see winds, so the velocity on the right side, and that's in that same area where nothing's going on right here, but further up we have parts of the storm in the radar beam, you get side lobing. That's what causes it. That happens because the main lobe of the radar is scanning that storm, and then the side of it is hitting back aloft up here, but nothing is down here for it to bounce off of, so you get contamination. It's a little bit difficult to visualize, but it just has to do with where the radar is hitting the storm, essentially. Yeah, that's how you look for it there. So side lobe rotation, it does mean that the storm is still probably rotating. I mean, if we go up in the storm here, it looks like a bunch of hooky here. You know, you don't really see much of anything going on there that's conducive. But I do think that this is a supercell and it is rotating. So parts of this signature are legitimate. They tell us that hey, there's rotation going on here, but parts of it, you know, would not be. I wouldn't be able to tell you that there's a tornado going on because of this. Absolutely not. South Dakota storms going off into the Badlands, north of Rapid City, off to the east. Any storms early AM in northwest Arkansas? Absolutely. Traveling to Tulsa in the AM, I hope you're able to travel before that, or after, actually. The storms probably will pass you by the time you're traveling if you're doing it after sunrise. Looking very early in the morning over there. Happy to help in South Florida. All your sea breeze thunderstorms down there. Yeah, gobbledygook. Well, sometimes you get good signatures, but that's pretty far up, so hard to tell what's actually going on in the storm up there. There's not going to be anything we can see on this on the correlation coefficient, the CC. Yes, I have seen a tornado. I've seen 4 on my storm chasing trip. So a month ago, I had not seen a tornado, and after that, I have. I saw my first one last month in New Mexico. Every tornado I've seen is in New Mexico, which is weird, but that's how it worked out. What about St. Louis? You are concerned with the heat, so make sure you have a way to stay cool through Friday and the weekend. It's going to get real hot there. You don't want to be out in that. That is your concern. The severe weather is staying off to the north of St. Louis over the next few days. Wisconsin's looking smoky. If you're in western Wisconsin, Eau Claire, into the south, into the driftless zone. Tomorrow you're looking at a supercell threat primarily for hail. I will not be streaming that because I will be chasing it. More than likely. Like to do a local chase, so I'm going to look at chasing tomorrow in that area. But if you're in eastern Wisconsin, it's not going to be too bad. Taos, New Mexico, nice. Watching from New Mexico, great to hear. We've got Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley again. He's here near Copeland in Kansas. He's headed down to this supercell and also to intercept and stay along with the damaging wind threat that persists over the next few hours. So Hunter is going to be in a great spot here. And just about an hour ago, he was like, man, nothing's happening. What do I do? I'm like, dude, it's right there to your southwest. Just stay there. Shouts to Hunter. So he's going to give us a good look at what's going on there today. We'll bring his feed up quite often. I think he's going to get some interesting clouds. He's going to get a shelf cloud more than likely. He's going to get hail. So we're going to see a lot of ground truth from Hunter today. And if necessary, if necessary, I will see if we can get a feed up in Nebraska if that supercell begins to do anything super interesting. So we'll flick back and forth between it. You can see it actually does look pretty interesting right now. Again, we're really far away from any radar site here. Basically equidistant, but it does have a concerning look to it already, so tracking this one. This is in a marginal tornado threat here in west central Nebraska. It's only a marginal tornado threat, very low end, but one powerful supercell could make a run for its money here. So we're going to watch this thing. Let's play back the loop. Yeah, you can see just how quickly it's developed that little appendage down here. There's our hook taking shape right there. So we're going to keep watching this one, see what it does. Right now, no tornado warning on it. But certainly some of that side lobing we were just talking about ongoing right here. The storm is rotating as a whole, though, so let's keep an eye on this one. Wouldn't be surprised if we did get one of those preventative tornado warnings with this in the near term. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, let's go down to, let's take one more look at this hailstorm here. Still a hail blizzard ongoing. Looks like it's traveling this direction, staying north of I-90 here quite some time. Let's go down to Mississippi. Ah, nice. So we've got this whole storm complex down here in Mississippi. Again on the 4 panel. There we go. Whole storm complex down here in Mississippi, non-tornadic, for sure. No tornadoes expected down here if you're down here in Jackson, down along I-55 here. No tornadoes in this guy. The reason for that is we got this whole outflow boundary out in front of it, so this is just going to be a mess of winds and rain here. But not too bad down here in Mississippi for anybody checking up down there. Another look at the Florida storm. Looks a little bit less impressive than it did before when it got issued this warning. So we'll still see some pretty strong winds, ton of lightning with this as it goes off to basically to the east and skirts the southern part of the Jacksonville metro. Otherwise, nothing else going on down there. So yeah, now we wait and see. I bet you there may be a chance we see a preventative tornado warning with this. Let's see. My chaser of choice here is actually Ryan Scholl, but he is way far up to the north. I don't think he's going to have a look at this storm down here. I don't think he's going to have a look at that. So we may not get ground truth on this one. That's okay. Radar coverage is my forte. Oh, dang, did you hear that? Man, killing it out here. Central Arkansas should be on the marginal side of severe weather into the morning hours there around sunrise. Not too concerned with that. So hopefully you guys are okay. There probably will be storms in the vicinity, but it won't be too bad. Yeah, we may see our first tornado warning here again. 2 miles up in the storm, it's going to be one of those preventative warnings for this because we are in that radar hole right here in west central Nebraska. So we'll see what they decide to do out here. National Weather Service Cheyenne into the North Platte area. I believe this is North Platte's office. See what they decide to do. They've got all the info running in, and then we will relay whatever happens. Currently, it's warned for tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So this is a pretty chonky supercell over here. Where am I from? I'm streaming from the Twin Cities in Minnesota. Should you go outside in Indiana? Well, not if you want to breathe smoke. Unless you want to breathe smoke. If you don't want to, then yeah, no. You're over there in Kearney? Nice. Yeah, we got the cam up there for any storms that move over there into the evening hours. Should give us a lightning show over there in Kearney. I am from California, yes. How's it going, y'all? Considerable and destructive severes have different thresholds for their threat level. So destructive severes are either 80-mile-an-hour winds, like a weak tornado, or sometimes you want to call them a hurricane-force wind gust. That's also valid. Or baseball-size hail or larger, so 2.75 inches. Basically, if it's a 3-inch hailstone, it's destructive. If it's a considerable warning, could be a golf ball-size hailstone. This is west central Nebraska right now. We're also watching the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas and several other areas, including Manitoba. I want to take one more look at that Manitoba storm while we wait to see the result of this supercell, its next move. Let's take another look at Manitoba here on radar Omega. Because up here, just a little bit ago, we had a tornado-warned storm in Manitoba. And right now, I'm not seeing much of anything. Yep, all of this has died out west of Winnipeg here. This was our previous tornado-warned storm right here. It looks like nothing now, but if you play back that loop, let me see if I can get more data here. If you play back this loop, you can see just a little bit ago, wow, it popped up real quick there and maybe dropped a weak tornado right along or just to the south of the Trans-Canada Highway here. So just the east of Austin, Manitoba. So possibly we did have a tornado today. We could see that on radar Omega right there. If I pause that frame. I pause it on this frame right here. You can see where we might have had that tornado. Take a look at that hook right there in this proper supercell up here in Manitoba. Very nice hook right there. And more than likely, that definitely had the chance at producing a tornado, but now you can see it's nothing. So we'll see if another one tries to take shape here in the severe weather in Canada. Other than that, nothing too interesting yet. Again, started just a little bit early from start to finish, or probably not finish, but start to pretty long-term coverage today expected. Another look over here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. The one supercell out in front. We're waiting to see if this poses a tornado threat or not. It is definitely a rotating thunderstorm to the north of Guyman. Headed off towards Liberal, Kansas, I believe. But no conducive threat here for tornadoes. Definitely is trying to take that rightward hook there, though. So we'll watch this one. 2 different supercells to look at right now that might give us a tornado threat. And this will be the result, or the cause, rather. The result of this will be our damaging wind threat for quite some time. Yeah, how were the storms yesterday for y'all in the enhanced risk? Why not live yesterday? Because there was a very low tornado threat yesterday. Lots of people got damaging wind and hail. The tornado threat remained pretty low, except for those warnings that went through New Jersey. New Jersey had a couple of weak, brief tornadoes over there. Will we see any rain? It's going to be in the form of a supercell if we do here in Minneapolis, but yes, it is possible. Happy to help, Crazy Cat. Is there something about these places that make them more prone to tornadoes? Well, every area here in the Great Plains is subject to a tornado threat just because of where it's at. Just depends on where things set up. Your perspective may be a little bit skewed because when tornadoes hit population centers, you hear about it. When they don't, you might not hear about it. Got hail there. Photogenic stuff there. Yeah, lots and lots of people. Got some photogenic storms yesterday. I hope you guys enjoyed those as best as you could. Can I show the expected storms in the Twin Cities tomorrow? Yeah, let's take another look at this radar scan here just to see while we wait for the next word here from National Weather Service in North Platte in Nebraska. These storms down here are also getting their act together. See if we can take a closer look at these as they pass into the tri-state area right here. Right in this area. However, I think the Goodland radar's down. Uh-oh. No radar coverage? That's a bad time for that radar to go down. That's okay. Severe threat should be mostly off to the north here, but yeah, some of these supercells also are getting their act together. We're a little bit closer to this storm from this radar now, so we'll stay on this one and watch its progression. The worst tornado I monitored so far was the Rolling Fork tornado. That was my first stream that I did here on this channel. Lightning was intense there in North Carolina. I wish I got some, but I'll see some tomorrow for sure. So yeah, let's look at tomorrow's risks. The way it's gonna go over the next few days here. Let's see how the Storm Prediction Center thinks. Currently, tomorrow's risk is limited right here to, again, this driftless zone and off into the Twin Cities as well, and the prairies up here. So this is our slight risk in place tomorrow. 2 out of 5 threat. For large hail, just a brief tornado and some damaging winds. Supercells expected up here, which is pretty interesting. This will be the focused corridor for severe weather tomorrow. And I'm right in here, right in this area, so I'm going to be chasing anything that pops up tomorrow right through here, and hopefully be back by dark. So that's tomorrow's risk. I mean, really nothing else in particular to say about that. Day 3 gets down here into Illinois. I think this risk is probably going to be expanded off to the south and west, maybe, including Springfield as we get closer to the day. So this is for Thursday, and I bet the risk will probably look something like this on Thursday. Might get down closer into central Illinois here. So we'll see how that evolves. And then the Taylor Swift concert, if there is a focused area down here on Friday towards Ohio, or maybe it swings off to the east a little bit more, see how that shows up. So pay attention to any forecast videos that come out from us covering stuff like that. I'm excited for tomorrow. if we do get any storms here in the Twin Cities, we get any rain, it is going to be probably pretty torrential rain from any supercell. So, unfortunately, it's going to be localized. But man, do I want to see it, just like you guys. Anything Illinois tonight? I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, let's go back through all our storms. South Dakota first, really close to the radar site here. Still looking like a bit of a hail blizzard ongoing, not impacting anybody, but some deer out here to the north of I-90 while it goes through these fields. Very interesting looking storm, but not doing too much. Same with this one down here. We can have a really good look at this storm down here in South Dakota, south of I-90 here. If you look closely, I switch scenes here. If you look closely, you can see this boundary coming out of it right here. This is all that rear flank winds coming out of the storm, out of the backside there. Still showing up nicely there. So this is the rear flank gust front coming out of the backside of the storm, pushing down to the south here, and also out in front of it, just like that. So over here on the winds, if we look really closely here and use this center marker, this little red dot here, you can see that winds are moving out and away here up to this line, which is actually where, well, oh man, it's got a hook, right? Well, there's no tornado that's going to go on in here. No tornado at all right in here is possible because this is an outflow dominant storm. That's something you'll hear chasers say quite often here. Outflow dominant storm means that rotation isn't going to really happen at the surface here because it's going to be too hard for storms to get in, or it's going to be too hard for the inflow to reach in here because it's all just getting blasted outward. So no tornado threat really right now associated with this supercell. Down to the south of Wasta and Wall. Very interesting case there. Anything that is like anything that allows me to give you guys a scientific lesson first and foremost is it's really cool that we could see that right next to the radar. I'm definitely gonna capitalize on that. Make sure I can give you guys the science. Over here in Florida, the storm doesn't look like much of anything. Just looks like blah. A lot of the stronger winds are on the northern side of this right here. So this is our outflow coming out of the storm. It's going to go through Jacksonville, so it might be a little gusty while the storm moves through, but nothing else really nothing else of note here from what I can see. Just a little bit of a wind and rain storm there. One more look at the northeast. All these storms are dying off up here through Maryland, Virginia Beach, and all the way up to the north around the Trenton area. All these are losing intensity, but still localized areas of some downpours. Nothing interesting, really. Maybe some brief lightning up here. But these were severe a couple hours ago, and since then, nothing. All good up here. Yeah, Professor Hill moment, but I don't have my doctorate, so I can't claim that. You guys have to keep it hush. Hush, hush. I'm just an educator. I'll be a lecturer here, okay? I'm a lecturer. Lecturer Hill. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like that. Springfield, Missouri later. It's going to be in the early morning hours. Here's the beginnings of our possible derecho in the worst case. Pay attention to meteorologists. Non-meteorologists, if they say the word derecho, shun them. If Ryan says it, no. Don't let Ryan say that word. You gotta make sure anybody who says derecho has got a degree. So the worst case here is a windstorm that progresses for quite some time along this arrow. It's currently moving up this direction, but it's going to take a quick swing to the east here along our moderate risk today. And this is basically it. It's starting up right here. We have a supercell out in front of it, and that's going to start getting pulled back into the line of storms as it gets closer. When that happens, we could see a local tornado threat right in this vicinity, right out ahead of the supercell when it begins to interact. We've seen this very often. That's pattern recognition right there. So we'll watch this corridor very closely while these two merge together here. In addition to that, you can see a splitting supercell here. Watch the supercell split into two. This one moves off to the north, and this one moves off to the east. That's pretty cool. But on the expected end, this is probably just going to be a longer lasting damaging windstorm. For this to really become a derecho, if you hear that word quite often, it's going to need to travel a couple hundred miles along this path. And during that, it's going to need to have some hurricane force wind gusts that are recorded quite a few times here. If it does that, then we can safely call it a derecho. Otherwise, this is an MCS, or mesoscale convective system. That's what we're watching today. Since it's a moderate risk and it's going through some vulnerable areas, if you're just joining us, like down the line, this may impact parts of the Tulsa metro quite a few hours out from now. Wichita, Kansas. Some of these areas that have had some power outages recently. I want to make sure we're covering that. So just so the people in those areas, if they are displaced a little bit or they don't have power still or something like that, that we can get information to them. That's the most important thing. And of course, I will have ground truth of this possible derecho, MCS, etc. This line of wind, essentially. The wall of wind is going to show up really nicely on Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley's feed right below me as he gets down here. He is now going to the south towards this supercell, and I think just in time he's going to get in place for this interaction once again between the line and the supercell, where I think something very interesting could happen right here. So I could go ahead and talk to him and see what he thinks about that. I'll give him a heads up. Taylor, no, you cannot say derecho yet. You have to get the degree. Thanks for the DM. Let me talk to Hunter here and give him a heads up for what I think is going to happen here. Actually, let me play an earlier message just so you guys can hear Hunter well. Let me see if this is a good audio.
Hello, Wayne.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Great audio. All right, let's talk to Hunter. Hunter, you might make it just in time. We're live on YouTube for this interaction between the supercell out in front you're watching and the line of storms. And you know, or maybe you don't know, but I'm here to tell you that a enhanced corridor of tornadic possibility, tornadic potential might happen there when the supercell merges. So those dynamics are at play there. You might make it just in time there to Liberal, Kansas, as that's ongoing. So hopefully you're aware of that, and we'll see what happens. All right, sent that along to Hunter.
Yeah, I think I'll make it just in time. I'm actually about 30 minutes away from Liberal. My map is actually set to Turpin, Oklahoma, which is about 40 minutes away. So hopefully when I get down there, we can see something pretty interesting for you guys.
There we go. So Hunter, right in route. There is his dot up here. So he, once again, is traveling down to Liberal. Turpin, there we go, in Oklahoma. In that area is right in the most favorable corridor, I think, where we could see a little bit of an interaction favorable for tornadoes, favorable for something interesting. That's for sure. Because this storm is rotating in general. A little bit tough to tell what's going on here, but this supercell definitely has something going on with it. And I think that something really neat might happen right in here. So heads up for Guyman all the way up towards Baker and Liberal, Kansas. Oklahoma into Kansas. So yeah, that's going to be probably it. This might be the most interesting thing that happens today as we transition into just a bunch of destructive severe warnings for wind later on. Those are super important, of course, but if you're interested in tornadoes, this might be the one. Another look up here in Nebraska. Wow, what a signature. You see that? That's a little bit of a contaminated look here. This is not, in fact, a tornado ongoing, more than likely. But it certainly looks like one, doesn't it? So, a very interesting signature there. No tornado warning on this in Nebraska. Just a bunch of hail that's messing with the signals right here. We'll see how that works. That earlier tornado warned storm in Manitoba is not doing anything yet. We'll see if the one to the west of it continues to ramp up. How many people did I graduate with in my MEC program with? I had, let's see, I had, that's a great question. I think it was 12? 10 to 12, maybe. It was not a lot of people. Not a lot of people. Yeah, happy to help. I just want to hang out with you guys today. It's not going to be some grand 15,000, 20,000 viewer day where we're got a tornado outbreak. Like the one that we had in Indiana, South Central Indiana, the other day. That was expertly covered. We did an amazing job on Ryan's channel covering that. To some extent, I wish I could have streamed that on my channel. It would have been very overwhelming, but the resources we had there, and we reached, I think it was 72,000 viewers at one point, was the highest peak there, was amazing for getting the information out. And I think we did a really good job on that stream. So I would recommend checking that out if you want an example of a really good, cohesive, thorough coverage of tornadoes that happened that day. That was a very, very good stream. Some of the warnings the National Weather Service never even confirmed, and we were able to observe tornadoes on radar with high confidence and relay that because the National Weather Service was overwhelmed a bit, I think. The reports of this supercell here in Lisco of gust nados. So this is probably going to be quite the common theme over here. Quite the common theme over here with a powerful supercell all on its own. Possible landspout or gust nados. What I'm seeing here. Thanks, Brandy, for sending that along. So yeah, this has definitely got some storm scale dynamics with it, producing landspouts. Gust nados. So if this does get warned because of chaser footage being sent in of those landspouts, that would be the reason why. We'll see. No tornado warnings yet, though. I think there will be a tornado in the future for today. I am not certain, honestly. Some of the most favorable things I could tell is this supercell might have a brief chance at producing one. And also, down here in Oklahoma, this supercell merging with the line has a chance at doing something funny here, some funny business. It could already be getting some low-level rotation right here, though, right before it merges with this line of storms. So already seeing a little bit of something here. Pretty far away from the radar, but something concerning is showing up here in Texas County in Oklahoma. Yeah, I love hanging out with y'all. It was 72, yeah. MCS and QLCS. And MCS is its own little system here, mesoscale convective system. A QLCS, or a quasi-linear one, is one that's much larger. It's usually attached to a cold front, so it has something driving it forward, whereas this is just a self-propagating feature. So the way I would define them most readily is it attached to a cold front and being pushed forward by the cold front, or is it its own little storm system and it's pushing itself forward by its own mechanics here? So it can be a little bit tough to discern. There's a little bit of a gray area for sure, but that's how I would say would be the way to qualify or discern between the two. This could definitely get a tornado warning as the line gets closer to it. It already looks like this is worthy of a tornado warning. Wouldn't be surprised if we got one here in Texas County. But if we watch this, the supercell is definitely slowing down a little bit. The line is approaching from the west, and it's going to pull it back. It's going to pull it back into the line just a bit here. So we might get a very small tornado warning for some parts and out ahead of this thing, right in this area. And I believe this is not playing. If that warning does come through, let me restart this thing. This might look a little funky for a second. All right, ready? Oh, there we go. Weather data. I believe what didn't happen there is we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued right here in the southwest corner of Kansas. So already this is becoming a damaging wind event here. And we're about to get another one, too. Hopefully that comes through. There we go. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are starting for this mesoscale convective system, which has taken place here and looks like it's going to do exactly what we expect it to do and travel right along this corridor with some really strong winds. So these destructive warnings are for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. 80 miles an hour. It's like a weak tornado, but it's widespread throughout this whole warning box. So there you go. We're starting to see destructive warnings. You're going to hear that boop, 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 boop quite often today, I think. because this line is basically going to do that for its entire life. Hey, look at the smoke coverage. Yes, yes, I can. I'm going to use this site. This site of an interactive map of air quality from the EPA, EPA.gov. Here's a look at where all that smoke is right now. Where you're looking at here is the purple is the worst. That is the unhealthy for basically all groups, especially this dark purple here. Oh, this is 4 p.m. Central. Let's get an updated look here. Let's get an updated look at what this is doing here. There we go, 6 p.m. Central. So basically the worst of it right now from the EPA here is shown right in the Milwaukee area. Right in Milwaukee and Chicago Metro right here. And also in Detroit and through parts of northeast Indiana, southwest Michigan. There's the worst of the smoke. It's concentrated right in this region here. So yeah, if you're in it, yeah, you're like, yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is the smoke. It looks like that. Yep. Don't go outside, and if you're in the purple especially, I would limit being outside.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there we go. Oh, wow. Did we just get 2 warnings at the same time? Let's check that out. So now we're up to 2 all of a sudden. No, we only have 1. Why is this counter saying 2? All right, warning counter 1. Exactly for the area I was concerned with. Once I saw this rotation looking a little bit more concise here, there's the warning. There we go. That's right. Perfect. One tornado warning now issued for this supercell right before the line impacts it. If I had to give you a little bit of a local forecast here, I don't know if this tornado threat is going to go through this warning box. Because I think what's going to happen here is the supercell right here is going to merge with the line back behind it. This is going to come together. And I think it's actually going to push the rotation up further this way. So be taking shelter there into the western edge of Beaver County in Oklahoma, the panhandle here. And just off to the east of Guyman, right over Optima in Oklahoma right now. Radar indicated warning. Right where I expected it to be. Definitely looked like we had a legitimate rotation. So this is one of those preventative warnings again. We're 2 miles up in the storm here. I have no idea what's happening at the surface, but we do have a good stout area of rotation right in here. Hopefully not doing damage to Optima in Oklahoma here, but it's very close. What I think is going to happen, if we play this back just a little bit here, what I think is going to happen is this line's going to catch up with it. You see that? And I think it's going to push it off. I think it's going to push it off to the north more. Now, the National Weather Service is going to warn the path of the supercell, which you can see going off in this direction. So that's why the pink polygon goes that way. But we might see a little bit of an interaction here that pushes it off more to the north very soon here. So very interesting dynamics at play here, right in the mesoscale. Let's see how it progresses. Yeah, this definitely looks like a concerning signature. I mean, wow, 4-inch hail just showed up. 4-inch hail from the supercell as well. That's a softball. Let's see what this warning has associated with it. Tornado and baseball size hail. Well, I think there might be a little bit larger hail than that falling with this. If we just had a softball, softball hailstone reported here to the north of Guyman on Highway 64. Baseball size hail also in Nebraska that I see. Alright, so things are popping off a little bit. Things are popping off just a little bit. This is what we were concerned with as one supercell. If it did manage to pop up here out in front of the damaging wind threat, this would be our tornado producer. And sure enough, I mean, I've seen this like with 80% of the recent setups. We have a supercell that pops up out in front. Oh, that's a possible tornado producer. So, yep, that's exactly the same thing. What's up, Amanda? Good to see you. Am I worried about Thursday's severe weather threat? Not so much right now, but it is subject to being upgraded. I'm not too concerned with it. I think it will hopefully just be more like scattered or isolated severe weather. Currently, it's a slight risk, so it's on the lower end of things, but we're still a couple days out. Do I think they should reorder the severe risk categories? I wouldn't be against it, but I don't see a very particular reason to do so. We are able to communicate, people like me, we're able to communicate effectively what each risk level actually means, and the risk levels in place do let us know what's happening, essentially. So I don't think it's of dire need, but it wouldn't be a bad thing if it were to be looked at. You only got 1-inch hail and your car's windows were broken yesterday? Dang. Dodge City update. It looks like this is coming generally towards you. We'll see the convective coverage or the coverage of thunderstorms as it gets closer, but this is our damaging wind producer, and it is going to go off basically in this arc right here. So you might be on the northern side of that, which would be my concern if there are any tornadoes that do happen, would be on the northern side first and foremost. So I'm going to keep a close eye on Dodge City down the line. That's the largest population center in our moderate risk area, or just right outside of it. So this is if you find yourself here on the map here in parts of Kansas here, I expect this to take this track right here, go through Wichita, and right along the state border. So if you find yourself there, right in this corridor is where I think this damaging wind threat's going to persist. We have it in place already, and this is basically the track I think it is going to take primarily. So find yourself along these counties here, and basically this general area over the next few hours, probably in towards 10 p.m. We'll see. Okay. Wind is the primary threat with this. We're going to hear a lot of those beepy beeps for considerable and destructive warnings today. We already have a couple, and thus I'm led to believe that that's going to keep being the case for quite some time. You know, earlier the Storm Prediction Center did say that up to 110 mile an hour wind gusts were possible with these storms, and I believe that because Richmond, Kentucky, after our stream yesterday, or was it yesterday? It was the day before yesterday. After that stream, they went through and there was evidence of 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Kentucky. So yeah, that's if it's possible over there, it's definitely possible over here in the Central Plains. So we're going to see some pretty strong winds today, and hopefully those stay out of the Wichita metro areas and the Tulsa metro areas, so we don't have widespread power outages. But that might be what we see today. So quick flick here just to see what we're looking at here with this supercell in particular. Very interesting signature showing up here on CC, but I think this is not. I don't think this is a debris signature. I think this is some hail, maybe being wrapped around in the storm. Maybe a little bit of clear air also in here. Actually, pretty tough case to tell. But I think that would be a little bit displaced from where a tornado might be ongoing, so we'll keep an eye on that. Actually, going to play back a little bit of the data here just to see. Yeah, definitely looking like hail. Definitely looking like hail. So you can see if I play this loop back here where that blue area is, you guys know you're trained to look at that spot. When you track this little area of blue here, it stays consistent with the hail core in here. So this is definitely a little bit of some giant hail showing up in the correlation coefficient. No debris, I think, from tornadoes. Definitely not thinking that. Hunter Hurley's getting pretty close to the storm. He's just about 20 minutes out or so from Turpin, Oklahoma, which is right about where this thing is skirting. So we're going to have a look at this supercell very soon for anybody curious about that, and possibly a look at the merger with the line behind it too. So this is a dynamic situation evolving here in this tornado warning. You're concerned about Joplin way down the line. You guys are in that damaging wind threat. Eventually, it's going to make it over there. Not sure how strong it'll be when it gets there, but I think you are in for a gusty windstorm as it stands. Thank you, Ribbit. And thank you, Jay. Appreciate you guys. Will Kentucky get hit? Not for a while. Not today. Maybe Friday, there might be some sporadic storms. Just off to your south, I'm more concerned about the heat, I believe. Still no electricity from those storms, Richmond County. Or Richmond, Kentucky, rather. In Madison County, there we go. Do you guys know how hard it is to remember every county and every city in every state when you're going over so many places. I'm impressed with myself sometimes. So hopefully hopefully you recognize that. If you don't recognize that, yeah, just think about the prospect of that. My brain is saturated with that stuff. You're in Jacksonville, Arkansas. I think you should be okay. Really, it's just the northwest corner of Arkansas where there may still be a wind threat into the early morning hours, but it should wane quite a bit after that, so it should go down. So also, you're going to want to be weather aware over quite a long time. Probably, I don't know, probably before midnight or around midnight Central Time. King of the Metros. Challenge accepted. Good luck. Good luck. Right, still watching this closely. Each new frame of data, I mean, this definitely looks like a tornadic storm. We look at this each time. It is definitely hail that is showing up in this storm there on the correlation coefficient. So we're seeing some giant hail there. In fact, we can confirm this if we look at this area here. See the giant hail in there, maybe some clear air also. And then we look at the differential reflectivity, and right in this pocket right in here is a lower differential reflectivity right in there in those grays. That tells me that giant hail is falling with this. And if you need something to back that up, here's your 4-inch hailstone right here. 4-inch hailstone reported right there. So looking at some giant hail, another 4-inch hailstone in Optima in the town. So probable hail damage in that town just happened there. Yeah, because if there's 4-inch hail in the town, there's definitely broken windows. I can tell you that much. So 4-inch hail reported in Optima. This thing is chunking softballs and grapefruits in this tornado warning. Thank you, Christopher, for the support. Has Ryan passed the Andy exam? I'll have to give him a specialized version of it. I'll look into that. All right, let's go up to Nebraska, where we also have a 4-inch hailstone in Lisco, Nebraska. Look at the path of this supercell. Look at this new warnings going off to the south and east. Hard right turn there. You see that? Basically looks like it's kind of going to the east, and then bam, it turns to the south and east there. New destructive warning. Softball size hail, 3.25-inch hail, 2.5-inch hail in a prolific area out in front of this. And it's only warned for tennis balls. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. That's very interesting. 4-inch hailstone reported. Warned for 2.5 inches. We were looking at this earlier for the possibility of producing a tornado over here. And to the best of my ability to tell, we did not see one. We did not see a tornado. No tornado warnings here in Nebraska. So nothing tornadic has occurred up here, but this is rather some massive hail approaching Oshkosh, Nebraska, and going down eventually to Ogallala, I believe is how you say that. And there's our upgrade to the warning for baseball size hail. So this is now a destructive warning, the upper echelon severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to see a lot of those today, but mostly for wind. Thank you, me, myself, and I. You had a brief funnel cloud that came out of the thunderstorm in Maine. Wow. What caused that? Probably some strong local dynamics in the storm. So that means that the storm is causing a reaction in the environment around it, pulling in air. And if that spins even just a little bit, then it can form a visual cloud like a funnel cloud. So you probably saw an instance of very, very localized spin, right on the micro scale. Very small. How can you tell the difference between hail and tornado damage, tornado debris, in a correlation coefficient drop? It's a little bit of a complex question, but the way you can tell is if you look at the part of the storm in general that has the correlation coefficient drop, co-locate that with your reflectivity. So let me center, you see this red dot? It's right here in the center of the blue here. That's my marker. If I center it right there, you can see on the right side that there's basically low reflectivity right in the center, and then we're off in the core of the storm just up to the north of it. So Right in here is where we expect all that hail and really heavy rain to fall into supercell, while the tornado would be down here to the south if it were ongoing. So just looking at the structure of a storm in general, you expect the tornado to be down here. If the correlation coefficient drop is not there, then it is not tornado debris, almost certainly. So that's what you're looking at there. There are a few cases where if there's a really strong tornado, some of the debris can be lofted out in front of the storm. We saw that with Rolling Fork, but that's not ongoing here. So it is just where you are looking at in the storm in particular. That's how you can tell, oh, what is causing this signature to show up? Is it hail or is it actually a tornado? I mean, and that's the overview. You get really good at being able to differentiate after you've looked at hundreds or thousands of storms on radar. So I'm here to give you that expertise and say, hey, this is almost certainly hail, or this is almost certainly a tornado. Because I've looked at thousands of them. SDP, I am not sure what that refers to. So you'll have to not give me an acronym, but give me the full name of that. Whatever you're asking. Canada had a big derecho with 90-mile-an-hour wind. A big tree almost fall on your house. Hope the storm won't turn into derecho. Me neither, but I think the environment out in front of it is pretty favorable for a pretty powerful windstorm. Whether or not that meets the definition of a derecho, we will see. But the areas of concern are going to be Dodge City to the south, Wichita Metro possibly into the south, and Tulsa Metro into the north. So a couple of areas of population centers are right on the edges of our possible windstorm track through here. And eventually all the way to Joplin. So we'll see whether Joplin, Missouri, or the northwest corner of Arkansas gets into the windstorm. I don't know if both of them will, though. I think it might be a little less likely that both of those areas get in. So we'll see which one looks like it's going to get in on the storms. Maybe we could even have a split and have two different ones go through both those areas, but I think that's less likely. No, I think your tornado chance in Wichita is going to be really low. I think we're looking at the damaging winds for y'all there. Thanks, Jessica, for sending that along. That was yesterday, Joseph. There were a couple of really weak tornadoes right along the Pennsylvania-New Jersey line to your north. Couple of weak, but barely tornadic storms actually did produce some weak tornadoes there. Hopefully not too much damage. It was the strongest storm I've ever seen. That's subjective. I don't know. Specific differential phase. Oh, so you're talking about KDP. Okay. KDP is one of those ones that one of the variables that I'm not going to use on the stream, unless very specific reason to use that. But there's a good website that gives you a description essentially if you are meteorologically inclined for all of these. And I don't use this one enough to actually remember off the top of my head what exactly it means. Yeah, so like if you look this up, it says derived product that shows the gradient or change in differential phase shift. A phase shift in the horizontal rather than vertical. Like that is not going to be important to 99.99% of people who are watching to get information about these storms. So it's telling you essentially what you're scanning here and all the raindrops and so forth and hail and whether it's the gradient is them being more horizontally inclined or more vertically inclined. So it can tell you whether it's raining more or whether it's hailing more. But it's not going to be super useful for relaying information, so to speak. That would be STP, not SDP. No, specific differential phase is definitely a thing. In fact, it looks like this on the right side. So it's pretty colorful. But yeah, we're not going to be able to get a lot of information here from this variable. Spectrum width tells you how chaotic the storm is, basically. So it looks at the velocity data, and it's like, how much is this, how turbulent is this, essentially? You know, when you're on a plane and it starts jerking around a little bit, you get some of that turbulence. That's basically what the spectrum width shows you. So a little bit of turbulence in the storm. It can help diagnose where a tornado might be if you're closer to the radar site. So it shows you a little bit of the turbulence. Differential reflectivity tells you how wide or how tall a raindrop is, or whatever the radar is scanning in here. So differential reflectivity is really high. Say in this part of the storm right here, here's some high differential reflectivity in this red blob here on the right side. This tells me that all of these water droplets here are, I believe that the high end is they're being lifted by the updraft, so they're more vertical than they are horizontal. Pretty sure. I might have that backwards. If you give me two options, I'll always flip them around. But that's essentially what the product means. So it gives you a really good look at where updrafts are in the storm, where air is rising, or where you have downdrafts and a bunch of hail falling that's irregularly sized or pretty large. Thanks for the question on all the different parts of radar. You're giving me my own test here. It's like I'm taking a pop quiz. How far east into Nebraska? Show you the risk areas today on Radar Omega here. This is the primary area of concern today for Nebraska and South Dakota. Outside of this is a marginal risk where all the storms are expected to die off a little bit into the night. So find yourself on the map here in Nebraska. This yellow and orange area is the slight and enhanced 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. And then down here is our wind threat, especially here in the moderate risk here. We're going to see that taking place very shortly. Lots of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are about to be issued for these areas right here, I believe. Because our storms are right back in here. That's what we're watching on radar. Still very interested in the progression of this. We're about to see the merger of this tornadic supercell, possibly tornadic, and the line of wind right behind it. And Hunter, with that really good lightning strike there right below my stream here, is about to get in a really good spot to watch this progress. If the worst case happens here, Hunter is going to be in the perfect spot to see a mesoscale. Usually we call them accidents, but I guess I would call it a spectacle. High dew point is needed for storms to form, says Traveling Earthlings. Thank you for the contribution. What other ingredients are needed? You need winds that increase in speed and change direction with height. So that's called wind shear. If you have winds aloft to drive storms forward, cause them to rotate, then that can be another case. That's for severe storms. You don't actually need wind aloft for your little pulse popcorn thunderstorms to form. You just need rising air. So you need something to force that air up, which is why a lot of times you get mountain thunderstorms when there isn't really much else going on. So I lived in western North Carolina. We get mountain thunderstorms every day in the summer because the wind just goes up the mountainside, and that's enough for a storm to just form up there when it's nice and humid out. Does a heat burst show on the radar? Not really, but you can see the winds sometimes. That's a good question. Storm relative velocity, that just changes the wind speeds that you're looking at here and adds the translational or the movement of the storm. So if this storm right here were moving east at 20 miles an hour, then the winds going away from it would be 20 miles an hour faster on storm relative velocity and 20 miles an hour slower on this side of it. So the velocities would just look a little different. Stream's a little blurry. Watch in HD. You can change that on your end. Where'd I go to school for meteorology? UNC Asheville, North Carolina. The new mesoscale discussion? Sure. Mesoscale discussion 1312 concerning a watch with 95% issuance. Let's go ahead and look at this on the stream. Show you guys this mesoscale discussion. These are the things from the Storm Prediction Center that precede severe thunderstorm watches, severe thunderstorm warnings. So what we're looking at over here from the Storm Prediction Center is their highlighted area for a new severe thunderstorm watch. So this is going to be our primary severe thunderstorm watch with the strongest part of the storm as it approaches from the left here, from the west. And you can see how I'm kind of saying the storm is going to turn with time, right? Currently, it looks like it's going off to the north and east, right, towards Dodge City. But look at what else is plotted on this map. This is the Cape, the available potential energy here for storms to gobble up. So you have a bunch of Cape values showing up here. The maximum is right through Oklahoma City to the south and east, but there's a cap on the atmosphere down here. There's not going to be any storms that happen down here, more than likely, because it's much more difficult for them to sustain themselves down here. Up here, though, favorable corridor right for these storms to turn and travel along this path along the state border. And they're going to follow the severe thunderstorm watch that is going to be issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So we have a 95% chance for a watch. That basically means they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch, especially with the storms in place, especially with these destructive warnings that we have begun to see. And we'll continue to see with this feed right below me from Hunter Hurley. I think there will be spin-up tornadoes for a little bit. When we get into the early night, the chance for those probably will go way down, but we'll see. Storms can do weird things, so we'll have to see if there are spin-up tornadoes after the next couple hours. I think the next couple hours is when we might see some, but after that, there should be a pretty strong lid on the atmosphere that would be tough to overcome. My favorite part of North Carolina, the mountains. It's just nice to be in the mountains. It's like a comforting thing, I guess. This looks not great for Tulsa. I'm glad you say so, because, yeah, if the storms go in your direction, you're right on the southern edge of the possible storm track. They could trend more to the south. I wouldn't be happy with that, because Tulsa just got their power back en masse. It's a bad storm. It's going to be bad for some people out here, especially in southwest Kansas. Hopefully, by the time it gets to Tulsa, it'll be a little less intense, but we'll be tracking it for quite some time. What do you think hurricane season's going to be like? Well, July looks like the Atlantic is not going to have too much of anything ongoing. But after that, well, I'm not going to make my own seasonal forecast right now. So, I don't know. I hope it's not bad. How do you see hail? It's pretty tough. There's no one set way to look at hail in a storm. Generally, what people do when they broadcast like this is they look for these areas in pink here, especially on this Nebraska storm. Let me show you to Nebraska. So this is a good way to look at hail. You have this 2-inch hail report in Oshkosh. Right here on the left side, you can see these pinks kind of in this core here. This is basically the strongest values of that are showing up in this storm. And really in these pinks is where we look for hail. However, hail can still fall in, say, this back here in the reds. There could still be a lot of hail. It could be very large hail. So this signature is not, 100% meaning that, oh, there's larger hail, the worse it looks. You need a little bit more context clues like our differential reflectivity to say, hey, in this part of the storm, there is a very low area of differential reflectivity right here. And what that means is that very large hail is probably falling also right in this area. So context clues, multiple different products are needed. It's not something you can simply just be like, oh, dang, there's a softball hailstone just falling right there. It needs a little bit of the science and understanding of radar past a basic level. Heavy rain there in Poughkeepsie, New York. Yep, that's about all it will be.
Hey, Andy, when you got a second?
Enjoy the rain. That's Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley coming in. Now he's getting close to the storm. He's going to want to talk to me for sure. So let's go turn this over. Hunter has entered Oklahoma, is near Turpin. Let's see what he is thinking. Yeah, go ahead, Hunter. We got you loud and clear. See what Hunter thinks about
Hey, I'm
this.
just a few miles away where I'll be setting up for this tornado warning. We are noticing quite a lightning barrage in the past couple minutes, and I'm also noticing a lot of lightning off to our left where reflectivity values are a lot lower. It seems like a lot of anvil crawlers and CGs are appearing in front of the entire line.
Very good. So we're gonna see some really good CGs. Speak of that, just saw one right when I turned my head over. Yeah, some beautiful cloud to ground lightning showing up through your stream. You're in a good spot for that lightning barrage, as you mentioned. So we're gonna get some good bolts there. But I imagine you're going to want to reposition out in front of the corridor where this is coming together here. So lightning first, and then stay safe in the tornado warning right after that. Good luck. So some really good lightning showing up on Hunter's feed again. He's right here, north of Turpin. There's his dot right there that I have circled. Tornado warning goes down to his south towards Boyd in Oklahoma. However, I think it's about to be interacted with. You can already see that there's some storms kind of popping up right in between, filling the void between the wall of wind back here and our supercell out in front here. Whoa, that was terrible. Our supercell out in front there. So this is the interaction is beginning. I do not know what will happen, but there's a chance that this could become a more significant situation right here in the Oklahoma Panhandle, or there's a chance that it could just be blown out of proportion here and it'll all gust out and there won't be a tornado. So we'll see. I'm not sure which will happen. It's going to be a dynamic situation. Yeah, Hunter isn't streaming on his own today, I think. Yeah. But he does occasionally. I actually wanted to link his channel in the description, but I couldn't find it. I didn't have enough time. But in the future, I will definitely be streaming with Hunter often. He is somebody I spent my storm chasecation with, so he's a wonderful storm chaser. Does good work. Yeah, happy to help y'all. If you appreciate the stream, definitely share it around. I appreciate everybody who subbed as well over the last few streams. You guys are awesome. So happy to host y'all here today as we wait for things to really ramp up here. On the wind side of things, what are my thoughts on Chaser's zero metering? Depends on the vehicle they have. I would say no 0 meter is safe, even if you're in the Dominator. You're still in a little bit of a threat there because you're going through a tornado, but at least you'd be a little bit protected, a little bit more protected. My opinion on Matador's rating, I don't care. I am sad that those people went through it, and I'm focused on the humanity side of things there. I know stream yesterday, the tornado threat was very low. It's expected to be wind and a hail threat, which is what it was. There were a couple of weak tornadoes in New Jersey, but we didn't have any chasers over there. We didn't have a huge reason to have a stream going yesterday, thankfully. And it looks like for most everybody, they got in on a nice show. It shouldn't have been too bad there. Yeah, happy to help y'all. How are the storms in Iowa? Tomorrow, northeast Iowa will get some possible supercells. Thoughts on the tornado season? It's definitely felt like it's above average for sure. Depends on the area. Southeast, way above average in the late spring for sure. That's not usually an active area for tornadoes, but man, we had that pattern go through and stay around for a while. Yeah, I care about the humanity side of it more than whether or not it was 165 or 170 mile an hour winds. You think you're going to be able to tell the difference? I don't think so. Early this morning, got another round of storms there in eastern North Carolina. Or did you only get one there? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got a long ways to go for anybody in Tulsa, anybody in Wichita. We're gonna be hanging out for quite some time, and because it's a pretty localized threat here, we're also watching the storms in Nebraska. If I wouldn't be able to talk to the chat like this if there were 5 supercells in a line all with a tornado like what happened in Indiana a couple of days ago that I covered on Ryan's channel. I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't stream that on my own because I had so many things to talk to Ryan about. I could not stop going through because it was just nonstop. And if I had to stream on my own, I don't know if I would have been able to get everything organized. I would have been talking nonstop and I might have missed some things. So I think we are divvying up the resources as best as possible with days like that. Thank you, Web Weaver. Thank you, B. Appreciate the support. What time would it be in Wichita? Let's go ahead and look at that. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'm going to do that on Radar Omega because it gives you guys a really good way to look at the progression of model data from the HRRR. Just an easy way to go ahead and say, like, oh, this model has ongoing convection. It updates hourly, so let's see where it thinks the storms are going to be. So it looks like if this travels right along that axis, like I think it will, you can see it going there. This is a future look through the early morning. It looks like Wichita, it's going to be midnight. 11 p.m. to midnight for the Wichita area. And then that means Tulsa, if it does make it down to you guys, it might be 1 a.m., maybe a little bit before that, and possibly going a little bit past 1 a.m. And then if it goes into northeast or northwest Arkansas, rather, and not Joplin, or if it goes towards closer to Joplin and then over to Springfield, then that is it's literally going to be 4 a.m., 3 to 4 a.m. when that happens. So it's going to take some time because this storm has to move quite a bit of distance, but you can see its progression there. And what I will say about the HRRR and so forth is typically it's slow. It thinks that these storms are going to move that, that it's going to be over here in Fayetteville, Arkansas at 4 a.m. It could be there at 2:30 for all intents and purposes. It doesn't have the best look at, well, is the storm going to accelerate? Is it going to push itself forward with its own pool of cold air behind it? So usually when I look at model output like this, I go ahead and tell you guys that, hey, it's probably going to be there within an hour before what it's showing to the hour of, and that would be your stormiest hour, so to speak. So yeah, I think that this might be a little bit slow, and usually it's on the slower side, but it could be actually fast too. So a little bit of a dynamic situation we'll have to watch. Then up here in our slight and enhanced in Nebraska and South Dakota, if we watch the model progression up here, this would be in right now. So we have a couple of supercells. It kind of looks like this, so good job, HRRR. It looks like they're just going to pass through the primary favorable corridor over the next couple hours or so. This is 11 p.m. Central, and they generally are just not looking that strong after that point. It's just a bunch of rain after that. So yeah, looks like that into midnight Central. So pretty easy, I would say a pretty easy progression of events to cover here. I mean, you can see the same thing is true. Look what the Storm Prediction Center has, right? Look at these outlooks and how they kind of just lose intensity, marginal down here, and then general, and watch the storm just fizzle out. Boop, it's gone by midnight down there near Jackson. So yeah, generally these outlooks give you a really good idea of the timing and the progression of these things. That's what we're looking at. Let's go on northwest Arkansas. Probably nothing until about 2 or 3 a.m. Probably nothing until then. So the most interesting thing I think we have to look at is what Hunter is showing us right now. Look how many flashes there are. So let me show you the radar first. Actually, I'm going to go back over to Nebraska just real quick to see what's going on up here. This storm looks much less of a problem right now near Oshkosh. It gets closer to Ogallala here in Keith County in Nebraska. This one looks a little bit stronger down here in the southwest corner of the state in Dundee County towards Benkelman. I believe we don't have the Goodland radar right now. At least it wasn't working for me just a bit ago. Yes, no Goodland, Kansas radar, which would be closer to this. But this is looking like a much stronger supercell down here, the southern edge of our enhanced risk. So nothing in particular in Nebraska. One look at South Dakota. South Dakota. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Judy. Appreciate the contributions. Thanks for telling me where you're at too. Always happy to see. Always happy to hear where you guys are watching from. It gives me a good idea of what I need to cover here. So we watched this one for a while here. Last we looked at it was near Wall. We could play that back and just look how consistent the storm is with that hook. See how consistent that is? But the entire time, I believe it's been outflow dominant over here. You can see the gust front coming out of it down here and pushing to the south with time. That's all the winds that this storm is pushing out and away from it. But right in the hook, right where the hook of this storm is, what we can see here is still the outflow pushing right out through here, just to the south of I-90. So maybe some large hail falling on I-90 right here in south central South Dakota here. But the winds are pushing out in front of it right here. I think this is not tornadic. Right in here, these are still all winds going out like this. The inflow is all the way back in here, and it's trying to wrap up into the storm. Trying to wrap up into the storm here on the right side there, but the hook is in here. You see how the green isn't connected to where the hook is right in here? This is where I would expect to see green getting down in here. If this storm was tornadic, the radar would look like green and red right here, right where that hook is. But I don't think that this is going to produce a tornado because it's a little bit disconnected, and that's because that rear flank of the storm, the back end of the storm, is pushing forward too much here, and that inflow isn't able to get in there. So we'll watch and see the progression of this, but right now it looks like that, and I think it's not tornadic as a result. And the same is generally true up here also with this storm near Creighton in South Dakota. So these look like some powerful supercells, don't they? They look like powerful supercells. They look like they're rotating to heck. But I don't think that we are really seeing any tornadoes with these supercells, despite their appearance on radar. It's a little bit of a tricky case. The amateur radar viewer here might be fooled by storms that look like this. But if we see a little bit more of a punch up to the north here with time, right over I-90 here west of Kadoka, this is still southwest South Dakota, so southwest South Dakota here, then we could start to see a tornado. So this, when this frame came through, much different story than this. You see this right here? That's outflow. That's all outflow. There's not rotation happening in here. However, bam, this frame, that's probably a tornado warning. I would say that this is probably a tornado warning now, because now if you look a little bit closer, you can see this punching up. This hook is now punching up toward the storm, and right in there is where that inflow is actually able to reach in and start connecting. So if we get a tornado warning here, would not be surprised. This looks a little bit more conducive. We see a little bit of a tight rotation right in here, right in the right spot. So if we get a tornado warning here for Jackson County, South Dakota, wouldn't be surprised. That one is much more telltale. So things can change in just a matter of a few minutes. Things can start to wrap up much more rapidly than expected. So be on the lookout there. Y'all watch out in Kadoka and along I-90. I think this will be pretty close to the interstate. Thank you, Star. Thank you. You are here. They're in Grand Island, Nebraska. Good to see you, Willie. Thanks for reporting in. Hickory, North Carolina. Thanks for reporting in. Gotta check Manitoba. Yes. Now that we've seen this, we're going to wait for a tornado warning in South Dakota. If it does come through, it looks pretty conducive to one. The last scan, it did not, but now it does. So let's see what happens with that. Let's go ahead and... I wanted to switch over to Hunter so we could look at some lightning, but let's go ahead and look at... let's go ahead and look at Manitoba real quick, just in case something is happening over here. We're going to pull up the Canadian radar and see, Manitoba, what are you doing? If there's anything super impactful over here. Doesn't look like it. Maybe from this radar site. Something down here, perhaps. It's a little bit far away. Maybe the Minot radar or Minot radar would give us a little bit better look. Just a supercell ongoing in the southwest part of the province here. Don't see any rotation with it. So Manitoba looks okay from all the storms I'm able to see. Some stronger ones up here near the lakes. All good there, though. Manitoba looks all right. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, just in case, because we did see a tornado earlier there in the Manitoba area. Now, let's focus on the Oklahoma Panhandle, because we're getting into this point where I think that the storm interaction here is going to produce something that could be pretty alarming here in the short term. So we might see the beginnings of a possible tornado here near Adams, Oklahoma. Again, it's in the tornado warning from earlier, but this is the supercell merging together. See that? Now it's merging together with the line of storms from the west. This is where I think something could evolve very rapidly. We might see a little bit of that right here near Adams. Again, we're very far away from a radar, so I can't be certain about this, but Hunter is going just a little bit to the north away from this thing, where we could see rotation developing rapidly here. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are enjoying the smoke over there. Do not go outside in that for very long. Thank you, Kimberly. Could barely see downtown. Yeah, the absolute worst of it is over there. I'm sorry you're going through that. But yeah, lots and lots of wildfires in Canada are bringing that stuff down with any attendant cold fronts. Just drags that air all the way down into the Midwest. That might happen a few more times, too. That might happen a few more times. Right, the development of our windstorm is here. Looks like it's not... It is going to be pretty local. Again, I don't think it's going to be too much wider than what it looks like right now. So whether this reaches... whether the worst of it reaches Dodge City remains to be seen. I think the worst will probably stay just to your south. So I'm thinking about Woodward, Oklahoma, maybe. Getting some more of the intense winds here. But a local tornado threat with this merging supercell is what I was most concerned with for some time here. So I'm going to watch this most closely there near Adams, Oklahoma. I think this rotation is still ongoing right in there, but it's a little bit garbled up. A little bit garbled up there. You're there in Beaver County in Oklahoma? Yep, happy to help. You're a county away from this mess and what you see in Hunter's feed right below. He is in Beavers County, so it's just now getting to you. So stay safe out ahead of this thing. Think you're going to get some strong winds as you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. Really? Downtown Cincinnati also smoky? All the way over there into Ohio? Southwest Ohio? Lake Ontario, too? Absolutely, Devin. Yeah, happy that you're getting into meteorology. If I'm inspiring thousands over my career, that means a ton to me. That means a ton to me. In Sioux Falls, in South Dakota, no, you should be all right. Minneapolis tomorrow is looking like I'm going to chase. There's some supercells with a large hail risk tomorrow that are expected to pop up, so we'll see how that progresses. But I'm actually going to be out in it because I'm also up here in the Twin Cities. Any tornadoes today? Unsure of that yet. None that we've been able to confirm with radar. But we're getting into a pretty interesting situation with this rotation together near Adams, Oklahoma. The tornado warning for that was just dropped, actually, so you see the stream change from red to yellow. However, I think it's going to be reissued, and I think they're going to issue it in a new path, just like I mentioned a while ago. When this wall of wind slams into that supercell, it's going to change the path that the direction is taking. Oh my god, the direction that the rotation is taking up to the north and east, closer to Storm Chaser Hunter, whose feed is right below me. Northwest Arkansas, again, not till 2, 3, 4 a.m. You guys are going to be woken up by a storm. You should get some sleep in early over there in Northwest Arkansas. If that storm holds together by the time it reaches you, it's going to wake you up. So have a way to wake up maybe in the early morning hours. That would be what I'd recommend. See if it's worth, if it still looks pretty bad once it gets closer to you. If not, then you should be okay. It's just going to be a windstorm. So you're worried about trees around your house, that would be the primary concern for those of you over there. Oh, so it's humid and smoky. They're in Ohio. Man, I don't like that. Yeah, I think the same is true for almost all of the Midwest. It's humid and smoky. That's pretty nasty. Would not recommend taking your evening jog. And that's no good. Humid and smoky. Man, gnarly stuff. Ponca City, yep, anywhere along northern Oklahoma, right along the Kansas border, and a county or two away from the Kansas border in Oklahoma is where we're watching this windstorm going through for hours. Hours and hours. Can you determine wind speeds at the ground? No, Jacob. Not in a straightforward way. Thank you for the contribution. When you have a damaging windstorm and you know that all the way to the surface is mixed, which means that there's no inversion, there's no lid on the atmosphere, you can subtract about 10 miles an hour per 1,000 feet. You go up in the storm, that's generally a decent number to look at, but it's very complex. So, sometimes we're looking at 70 or 80 mile an hour winds up in the storm. You could be like, oh, well, maybe that's 50 or 60 at the surface, or maybe it mixes all the way down and it could be more powerful. So there is no way to be sure, but there's ways to estimate that, hey, it's probably widespread, this damaging wind, but not what you're looking at, 3,000 feet up in the storm. 148 air quality index for you in Indiana? Dang. Yeah, I think it was the same over here in the Twin Cities briefly, too. The highest wind gust we might see tonight might approach 90, might be a little bit more than that, even. We could definitely see some really strong winds. We've already seen a couple of 80-mile-an-hour wind reports. So here's one in Hugoton in Kansas from this Mesonet. 80-mile-an-hour wind report with that, and that's why we have that destructive warning right there for southwest Kansas. I also had an 81-mile-an-hour wind report in New Mexico, too. So, again, strong dynamics, strong winds with this system here. Milwaukee smoke is the worst you've seen ever. Wow. I think you've had a couple of rounds of smoke recently, too. That's wild. Yeah, I hope this doesn't become a derecho, but right now, this is definitely a supportive beginning of one. At the moment, we're seeing significant wind gusts. If that continues to be the case, then yeah, this could be what's called a progressive derecho. One that looks like this could definitely turn into that. So we'll see. Still got Hunter's feed. He's escaping east right now. So at any point when he repositions, he's probably going to have to be constantly driving as this thing barrels off to the east. Right now, it is moving generally at about 30 miles an hour is what most of these warnings are saying. 30 to 50 mile an hour storm progression here, off to the northeast and off to the east. You'll be chasing Minnesota tomorrow as well. Stay safe for sure. Shawnee, anywhere down there into Oklahoma City, I think the storms will stay off to your north, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure they'll stay off to your north. The highlighted risk area, you can see it here on Radar Omega, is well off to your north. So it looks like the more favorable corridor in this orange and yellow and red area is off to the north of the metro over towards Tulsa. And from Wichita to the south. All right, let's go back up to South Dakota. We were looking at that for a second here. No tornado warning with this yet. But when it looked like this, which was 13 minutes ago, I said that it definitely could warrant a warning. And I mean, this is pretty interesting. Oh, there's our warning. Why didn't that come through? That was just issued. There's our warning right there. Is it going to come through, or will I have to refresh? Let's see. Am I going to have to do my own warning again? Oh my goodness. I might have to do my own warning again. I'm not sure why this is hitching like this. I'll restart this, and now my stream's going to turn red. Bam. So we missed the warning. I'll do it again. Boop-a-da-boop, boop-a-da-boop. Jackson County in South Dakota. New tornado warning. It has been issued. Didn't come through on the stream because my feed got stuck there. There you go. Had to issue my own Andy warning again. This pink box is the warning. We've been talking about it, and sure enough, called out that tornado warning as basically as the rotation occluded into the storm, and is now more than likely entirely rain wrapped. This is probably on the tail end of this rotation's life cycle here, because now it's completely within the storm at this point, which means that it's probably not got access to any more air flowing into it. So we'll probably see this rotation die off if there's going to be another attempt by the supercell to give us a tornadic circulation here. We'll see it, but right now, maybe on the tail end of its life cycle. It's trying to hang in there just a little bit, though. Curved noodles warning, yeah. I wish this this feed wouldn't get stuck, but sometimes it does. It got stuck. At least the colors changed. You think it should be the soundbite for all future warnings? So it looks like I think that this is a pretty concentrated warning. You can see it bounce around a little bit. If this does occlude at all, it actually might get pretty close to I-90 and the town of Kadoka, so I would recommend taking shelter there in Jackson County in South Dakota on the northern side of the county there, right along the interstate. Would recommend taking shelter just in case this this gets into your vicinity, because it could get pretty close. So we're seeing another example of this Creighton supercell doing the same thing, where we see the hook on it. However, if we look really closely at the velocity and we look really closely here, we can see that this whole thing right here is outflow. It's a thing that chasers call outflow dominant. And that means that all the air that's trying to flow into this thing is getting cut off right here, and it can't reach into the circulation. So we saw that with this tornado warning storm earlier, but it managed to actually wrap up. So if the same is true up here near Creighton, if it does actually manage to wrap up and get some of the inflow into this rotating part of the storm, we could see another instance of a tornado warning here. But at the moment, it does not look like it will be. Right now, no tornado warning is going to be issued for this storm, even though it looks pretty gnarly on the radar. You can see it there. Classic look to it here. But no warning will be issued for this as it stands. At least it shouldn't be. Take a close look at this. We have an area in some higher reflectivity here, so we could see if there is a debris signature, and there is not currently from this storm. So if there is a tornado ongoing, it might not be hitting anything. This is super res velocity, but yeah, base velocity. Greetings from Kearney. I got a virtual Railfan site up there in your city for later on. We might see some lightning in the distance. Thank you for checking in from Kearney. Happy to help, Matt. Doing my best. Reading the radar here. Something that could happen with this Creighton, South Dakota storm, though, that's a little more interesting, now to the north of I-90, is this little storm back behind it. This could push the hook of the forward storm here, so the rear flank of this forward storm. This could push it more forward and actually establish some inflow right in here, so another interesting possibility would be that taking place there. That might happen. We'll have to keep a close eye on it. Do they have internet? They do have internet. Yes, they do. Thank you guys for liking the stream. Yes, liking the stream and getting it out. That's why everybody talks about liking the stream. If you ever hear Reed talking about it, you ever hear Brian talking about it, it's because liking the stream lets YouTube know what we're doing here is good, well received, and in this case, it's essential information and another stimulus that people can use to get information out to those who may be impacted. So that's why you click the like button. That's why they do like rallies. That's why they say those things, is because that's just how this website works. Pretty easy, right? Yeah, if you have a tornado in a field that hits nothing, those are the best. Those are what I want to broadcast to. That is what I want to broadcast. You're there in Las Vegas, Nevada. Very nice. I almost said New Mexico. There is a Las Vegas, New Mexico. Mile per hour on the sidebar. This is the color scale. So you just have to enable the color scale if there is a setting for that in GR2. I'm in Minneapolis. No worries in Pensacola? Don't think so. Will I be streaming during my chase tomorrow? I don't have a stream set up for that, but Hunter does. So if Hunter streams on YouTube, the person currently below me chasing, and he makes his way all the way up here tomorrow, and I do chase with him, then that would be where I would be. Is there a chance for Midas? Maybe. We'll have to see. So I have no idea what's going on here, but that is the result of our merger in the Oklahoma Panhandle between the supercell and this line of winds. And yeah, I ain't got a clue what that is, but it looks gnarly. It looks like something I don't want to be in. So, yeah, no tornado warning on this. It was allowed to expire, but yeah, that's a lot. A lot is happening there near Turpin, Oklahoma right now. And I'm not sure what it is, but I don't think anybody wants to know. I don't think anybody wants to be above ground for this. Or not in the interior most of their house.
I'm gonna make you tonight, bud, I promise.
That's Hunter saying that he's going to make it to Minnesota all the way from Oklahoma. So yeah, good luck to him. He's listening to me talk. He's listening to the stream. He sees whatever this is. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Hunter. So good luck with that if you're going to show us what it is. I ain't got a clue. It's rain wrapped though, whatever's going on in there. Some some intense velocity signatures. Let's see if this radar site might give us a little bit better of an idea. What's going on here with our big old windstorm down here? This radar site gives us the idea that something is definitely ongoing down here, but again, I have no idea what it is. So if we see a tornado warning with this, wouldn't be surprised with that. If we see a National Weather Service does not know what's happening with this warning, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with that either. Just would not recommend being outside in this if you're in, especially northern Beaver County in Oklahoma. And off to the east of Liberal, Kansas. Mostly rural areas here, so hopefully not impacting anybody, but wow. This is the product of a radar hole. So this is what a radar hole looks like when a storm's ongoing. Thank you, Diamond Touch. Happy to help. I'm not sure. I know Hunter is trying out his own YouTube channel. I don't think he's streaming there today though. But pretty soon you're gonna hear all about it because Hunter's gonna be streaming with us quite often here. He goes chasing all the time. So Hunter's YouTube, yeah. If you don't know it now, if we don't know it now, you're gonna see it at some point. A downburst, probably, probably, yeah. What about the poor cows? I don't think my English language is able to reach the cows in the path of this. I don't think it's able to reach them. Yeah, it looks like Perryton's staying out of the worst of this. They'll probably still get some gusty winds though on the south side. I'm waiting to see what becomes of this particular area of interest here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. This is it's going to be a pretty nasty storm out there. Not sure yet. Let's go back up to Nebraska. Our one supercell in Dundee County has completely fallen apart. Our supercell over here in west central Nebraska near Arthur is, I guess, re-intensifying. It's been performed kind of a cycle here where it was pretty strong, then looked like it was dying out a little bit, and still got some hail. So we'll see how this progresses as it enters the enhanced area for primarily damaging hail out in front of it. Doesn't look like these are trying to be tornadic at all. So still seeing zero tornado threat with this storm complex in Nebraska. So let's go back up to South Dakota now while we wait for more data to come out of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Now I'm up here on the Creighton storm, looking around Creighton and Hilland, and I think that this looks a little bit more tornadic. Once again, we're seeing this trend here where we have that hook. It looks pretty dangerous right here, right? It's about 10 minutes ago. And then that hook really starts filling in and going up into the storm just a bit. And that's where we see the inflow start to connect in here. So if this continues to look like this here, entering Haken County in South Dakota, north of Phillip, a pretty rural area again, South Dakota, very sparsely populated. So hopefully this would be one of those open field tornadoes if it did happen. If it continues to look like this, we see a little bit stronger velocity signatures. We could see another warning up there. Just as expected down here with this one in Jackson County, we were observing the tail end of its life cycle. It is completely fallen apart back in here. And actually what we're seeing is probably a new hook developing, a new handoff of the mesocyclone, the spinning part of the storm to the south and east. We might see a new area of rotation starting up right in here. So we'll observe the dynamics ongoing here. Very interesting stuff. Thank you, James, for the support. Much appreciated. You're keeping me going. You're keeping me going. I appreciate you. We still got quite some time to go tonight to see how these storms evolve as they get closer to Wichita, Kansas. Eventually down the line towards Tulsa, maybe around midnight. Around that hour is when we got to start paying attention for Tulsa if it gets closer to that city, that metro area. The southern Mississippi line should be losing intensity with time tonight. Should fall apart by the early night. Yep, if you're in the southern fourth of Kansas, then I would say you need to be paying attention to the damaging winds today. If you're north of Wichita, you're out of the primary area of concern. So if you're north of Wichita, Kansas, you should be fine. If you're south of Wichita, Kansas, then you want to be paying attention. Easy way to make sure everybody's accounted for in there. Hopefully that helps. And still watching out here in central South Dakota. I'm going to take a look at what the winds look like over here, because I'm interested in seeing what exactly is feeding into these supercells and why they may be mildly tornadic. They are taking on a very interesting pattern of kind of filling in the hook of the storm before becoming tornadic. So I really want to know what's happening, if I can get information on that. I think the cold front's already passed Rapid City, so I don't really have a good sight close to these to see what's happening here. But what I can see is generally photographs that look like this. So looking at the photographs here, this is from North Platte, Nebraska, so it's rather out in front of where that supercell is in Nebraska. But we can see a little bit of a stronger low-level winds here, and then they kind of weaken in the mid-levels and progress on like that. So that's a look at how the winds change with speed and direction with height. So we got some decent inflow into the storm just like this. That's what this part of the graph tells me, is that it's flowing into the storm from the south. Got a decent bump here, and then maybe some slightly weaker winds right there, a couple of kilometers up, about a mile up from the surface there. So that's what I'm looking at there. A little bit of data to let me know what's happening. Give me some insight into why these might be some tornado-warned storms here. Storms headed to Tulsa later, going more south now. No, I'd say Tulsa was on the southern side of the extent of those the severe weather today. So if it is going more south, then it would be going towards Tulsa. Springfield, Missouri, get winds over 60 mile an hour. I'd say it's 60 miles an hour. It would be. It's just dependent on whether the storms travel more to the north or south. So if it goes more to the south, no, I don't think so. All right, let's go back and look again at our Oklahoma Panhandle storm from anything that I could possibly see with this, because we're a little bit in that radar hole. We're getting a little closer to the radar now, looking above a mile, a little bit above a mile from the surface here. Thank you, Smokey, for the support, by the way. And, I mean, it's just a little too hard to say with confidence what happened here. What didn't happen was a strong tornado, which is good. So one possibility, if we play this back here, I'm going to download some data so we can play this loop back. One possibility when the supercell came together in here was that we could see a strong tornado wrap up from this. But I think that didn't happen when the supercell merged with the line. And rather, what I think is happening is that we just have a bunch of spin in the atmosphere right here. Could be tornadic, but rather it looks like it's promoting a very strong winds reaching the surface. So wouldn't be surprised to see another destructive warning in this vicinity. See the current severe thunderstorm warning upgraded. So yeah, there you can see the supercell back in here, and then bam, it gets merged with the line of storms coming around. You can kind of see the spin of the supercell kind of continues off with the merger right in here. If you look really closely, you can see that there. And it just starts spinning with the line. So these situations, as they develop, they can be really dynamic. And I'd say the tornado threat is not over right in this vicinity. I would be concerned with the possibility of a spin-up tornado, actually. Just a little bit tough to tell because we're pretty far. So Hunter's seeing a lot of good structure with that storm. Whenever, Hunter, if you can hear me, if the stream's still coming through fine, whenever you stop, just go ahead and let me know on Zello that you stopped and we can pull your feed up. And then I'll cue through on Zello in a couple minutes just to let him know if he did not hear me. So yeah, really powerful storm. Hunter's just in front of it, so he's right here, and all that mess is just behind him here in northwest Beaver County, primarily. Yeah, this just looks like a glob of... It looks like a windbag. Long ago, I think it was sometime last year, Reed Timmer's like, it's just a giant windbag. I don't know where he even was. He was somewhere in South Dakota, probably. And you just call it a windbag, and since then, we've stuck with it. This is what a giant windbag looks like. Windbag storm. Pull his feet up. No, he needs to keep his feet on the accelerator and on the brakes, because he needs to drive. How do I decide when I want to stream? There are several things that I will stream for. Either the very upper end risks where I think both of us streaming is a good resource, or both of us being Ryan and I, or on just below that threshold for the main channel going live. That's usually when I stream. So today, a moderate risk for wind with a very much lower end tornado threat. That's exactly what we would stream here on this channel. Yep, I know Reed's in Nebraska. That was last year when I'm talking about the birth of the term windbag. It looks like one of these. And it's going to continue to look like this. Barn roof sheared or blown off and down power poles. So, yeah, it's going to keep looking like this. And we have a 4 out of 5 risk for damaging winds today. Liberal Kansas, you guys are almost through the worst of this right now. Soon it will be over. You're almost through it there in Liberal Kansas. The worst of it should actually be over. And the most concerning part of the storm is off to your south and east right now. Yeah, Reed's a great guy. I got to meet Reed. He said he likes my forecast videos, which was pretty impressive to me. And I quote. All right, our new severe thunderstorm warning here. Well, they decided to go with the severe for this area right here in Beaver County is for 100-mile-an-hour winds. So you see this warning right here, this triangle right here? This is a warning for 100-mile-an-hour winds. 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, and they're probably issuing it because of this, the merging supercell right in this area, and the strong dynamics promoting, that it is promoting right there. So the most powerful winds are happening probably right now. We'll see how that evolves. This is a 100-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning. 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, to let you know, like, that didn't happen when we had our tornado outbreak. That didn't happen since the last derecho that went through Tulsa. That was when we saw one of those. So once again, the absolute upper echelon here, approaching significant tornado territory in terms of wind speeds in a widespread manner, right here in the worst of it, in Flores and Forgan, Oklahoma. This is worth taking shelter for, I would say. Worth taking shelter for. Thank you, Carol, for the support. Is Reed done? Reed probably should have been down here for the wind bag. And right on that northern side of a 100-mile-an-hour wind gust and circulation, just whatever the heck this thing is where we can get a tornado. And that might be ongoing right here. So if we look really closely here, we could have a spin-up tornado right here, right on the northern side of this, gosh, I don't know what to call it, meatball. Basically, think of this right here. This is the remnants of our supercell, and together with the line, giving us a 100-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm, wind gust warning, whatever you want to call it. This is our big old meatball right there, and right on the northern part of that is where we could get a spin-up tornado or two, and it could be pretty dang powerful if this is an accurate reading right here. So we're gonna have to keep a close eye on that. It might be an inaccurate reading though, because what we're seeing here is a bunch of contamination right here when this radar is hitting hail right in this vicinity. So the radar is coming from this direction, hitting hail in this pink and dark red, and that is causing what we see here as a some values that are not necessarily accurate to what's going on in the storm. This is called non-uniform beam filling. So it's hitting a bunch of hail and getting scattered everywhere, and thus we see a little bit of an inaccuracy here. So if there's a tornado going there, or if the velocities are wrong, they are remaining consistent, but they could be incorrect as a result of the radar failing to accurately tell us what's going on here. Again, dynamic situation, I'm not 100% sure, because you don't get into a scenario like this all that often. You don't see this very often, so when you do, it's a very small subset of examples of radar that I have to turn to and be like, is this legit or is it not? And it looks concerning enough for us to talk about it like this, but it may not be 100% true. So we'll see. So yeah, now you see this green triangle. This is a question that comes up pretty often. You see that triangle right there on the right, or on the left here. This is simply an indicator that comes with this radar program, algorithmically derived, meaning that it looks at values that show up on velocity and it says, oh, hey, there's rotation here. I'm going to put a tornado vortex signature in this area. So that's a TVS. It's algorithmically derived, which means that it is subject to inaccuracies with the radar. If this was an inaccurate signature and there's a vortex indicator there, it wouldn't be a tornado. So that's why you have to have the human element to let you know, is this legit or not? So this might be a legit spin up nadir. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if that remains consistent at all. Oops. But from what I can tell, I mean, I wouldn't want to be right where that is. We'll see. Hunter is still trying to race out ahead of this. Very interesting storm. Wow, what an interesting storm so far. Okay, so now, on this scan, we can see that it's just a giant mess. There's almost nothing that's cohesive in this area, so that might not have been a legitimate signature. Sometimes you just need a few different frames of data to really tell what's happening. And I mean, maybe, but this is an interesting case. I don't know, and it's okay to not know. It's okay to not be 100% sure about what you're looking at, because again, a little bit of a radar hole. Wish we were closer to a radar. It would be easier to tell you what's happening here. We have one resource. It's better to be taking shelter, because what this is a 100-mile-an-hour destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 100-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail are in this warning. So, like, yeah, please don't be outside in that, regardless of whatever the heck is showing up on the radar. That's an intense storm that hopefully is losing a little bit of its oomph, but is still probably doing some major damage here. right where Hunter was. It's right behind him. It's chasing him. You're live on. We're live here on an episode of Storm Chasees, not Storm Chasers. Storm Chasees. Ah, the Mesonet and Beaver. Very true. I can go ahead and look and see what the Oklahoma Mesonet is pulling up here. See if we have any conditions right in front of it, and if this site records a very powerful wind gust. Nothing showing up yet. The Mesonet site is in Beaver, so it's going to be on the southern extent of the area of interest up here to the north. So if the Mesonet site here in Beaver records a very strong wind gust there, Mesonet basically meaning there's a bunch of instruments there, like, you know, those anemometers, you know, the temperature gauges. There's a whole site of those sitting right here in Beaver recording conditions. So those are in place and give us a really interesting set of data to look at during severe events like this. This is in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Bam, there you go. All right. So interestingly enough, this warning is a whole blanket warning out in front of it. Our new considerable severe, middle tier of a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yet we have this this area of interest right off to the south of it. I'm very curious to see how this warning is going to progress. Very curious to see how this storm continues, because right now it is quite significant. If the Mesonet site here in Beaver was off to the north in Forgan, I think we would get a look at probably some 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, more than likely ongoing right in this area. Yeah, I don't want to imagine hail at all in 100-mile-an-hour winds. Came for the storm, stayed for the Beaver. Thank you, Kim, for the support. I'm happy to help. You guys enjoy the meteorology side of things. Everyone tuning in from time to time in Tulsa, you're not even under a watch yet, and that's because the storms are going to get to you probably past midnight. Right around midnight to a little bit after that is where we're watching for this storm complex here. I play the loop a little bit. You can see the progression of it. This complex of storms right in here is going to essentially travel in a line to the east along Wichita on the northern side of it and Tulsa on the southern side of it. So we'll see if it turns more to the south at all, or if it stays to the east. But right now, this thing right here is literally going to go this way for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours before it goes kaput. Because of that, the upper end of what we might be observing here, if it continues on the current intensity that it has right now, which is producing some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and significant wind gusts, we could see a derecho if it continues to be that strong throughout its life. And that essentially means a strong windstorm that goes a couple hundred miles and stays very powerful for its entire life. That is the definition of a derecho. We had one that went through Tulsa on the 17th of June, so 10 days ago. Widespread power outages over there. That's another reason for me to be live today is some context clues here. Tulsa just lost power for a long time. In some areas, might still not have power. But that metro is just hit pretty hard over here. So if they go through another windstorm, I want to make sure that everybody's aware of it, just in case. What is that? What is that? Oh, I don't know. That's just a 114-mile-an-hour wind gust reported by a storm chaser with a mounted anemometer. Oh. 114? Well, that's one of the highest reports that I've ever seen come through this program. So, yeah, we're verifying just a little bit of something going on here. I don't know if Hunter knows that. Let's tell Hunter that that happened just in case, because he's in front of this thing. So, Hunter, you might be hearing me say this on the stream and also at the same time on Zello, but back there near Boyd and Turpin, right where you were, 114-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported by a mounted anemometer from a storm chaser. That's more than likely legit. I doubt they were driving at the time that was recorded because I don't want to be driving in 114-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But just so you know, that was back there. I think it's lost a little bit of intensity from that point, but that's back behind you. So anytime you want to turn around for us in the stream, let me know on Zello that you're doing that. I'll bring you up full screen. Stay safe. So yeah, yeah, you don't see that every day. No, you don't see that every month either. That's incredible that that's come through. You notice, like, the moment I saw that, my face must have changed immediately. Wow. My face must have changed immediately when I saw it. I was like, huh? Did I see that correctly? Wow. All right, so that's going through Beaver County right now, especially the northern half of the county. And eventually, I think this will stay to the south of Dodge City. So the area that I would be concerned with would be closer to Mineola and Englewood here in Kansas. Another strong pocket of winds also over here near Plains, Kansas, approaching Meade from the west. So a couple of, you can actually get to see it here, very beginnings here of a bow echo. Pay close attention to the radar here, and you can see this bowing out right here near Plains. And then we'll probably have a separate bow out down here. So if it continues to look at this, this looks like a line echo wave pattern just in here. And that essentially means that we have several bow echoes in a single part of this, or a single storm, essentially. Here's a line, here's a wave, here's another wave down here, and both of these are pushing outward really fast.
Hey, Andy, yeah, I saw that on your stream. I'm currently coming up into a little town where I think I'm going to park just for a quick second to take a restroom break, and then I'm going to head to a north-moving highway. Probably going to sit in that intersection for a little bit, let the storm come to us for a little ways, and probably book it north. I'm not too sure if we want to let it run over us here in a few hours or what, but I'll let you know by then.
Cool. Sounds good, Hunter. Exactly what I would do. So good luck with that north option. And I don't know. I don't know if I want this to run over you at all yet, but yeah, you're probably going to want to stay ahead of it for just a while. Yeah, 114 is a lot. Mostly localized in this rural area, but definitely widespread damaging winds. That will continue to be the case. I don't think we're going to see 114.
I'll probably stay in front of it for an hour or two, maybe 3. But eventually I do got to break off, start heading my way up to Minneapolis to pick up someone for tomorrow's storm chase.
Yeah. Indeed. Let's see, what's going on here with this warning? There's 2 warnings in the same spots. Can't tell what's going on there. Okay, I think that's just a weird overlap there. There's just several severe thunderstorm warnings. You're like, hey, be inside for this. So yeah, 114-mile-an-hour winds. That's not going to be the case for the duration of this as it moves off to the east and a little bit off to the east-northeast as well, and might spread out just a little bit as it goes on. These tend to spread out just a little bit. I don't think it's going to keep doing that. That was directly a result of the fact that we had a supercell out in front here that merged with the line of winds coming through, and that's what's led to some very focused, a focused corridor of some very enhanced wind speeds like this. I don't think that this is going to continue to be the case, but it didn't really look that bad before it got to Tulsa, and then suddenly it got to Tulsa and it was really bad 10 days ago, right? That's what that was. So at any point, these can just start to reinforce themselves and provide another corridor of damaging winds. So the unpredictability with these storms as they go on is something to be aware of. But I'm really glad that I once again was paying attention to that interaction. It's when we see those supercells merge with the line that you get some wild stuff. And this time it might not have been a tornado. It might have been a 114-mile-an-hour wind gust. So Pattern recognition stays true in those cases. I think the worst of the wind damage is now going to be focused in the Kansas side of the border, with these particular spots moving off to the east-northeast here. So Meade, Kansas, towards Inglewood and Ashland, Kansas, are probably going to get in on the worst of this now over the next 30 minutes or so. Yep, tomorrow, Minneapolis area and east into western Wisconsin, Eau Claire and south into northeast Iowa. Just a small slight risk in place. The color tables I actually use, for Radar Omega, I don't think I've altered those, to my knowledge, so I should have the base ones on. But I might have put in the radar scope color table, because that's just the one I'm used to using. It's the one I'm most able to read and give you data information off of. So I always use the reflectivity color table from radar scope. That's what this one is, actually. Yeah, hopefully they just roll through Tulsa and they don't do nothing bad. But that'll be much later tonight. All right. So, wow. Let's go back up to South Dakota real quick, see if anything's happening up here. We didn't get any other tornado warnings up here in South Dakota, just the one. These storms have mostly refused to remain tornadic, which is a good thing. Mostly over open areas, but you can see some of these had some dangerous looks to them for a little bit. And then they proceeded not to be warned, surprisingly, but there may have been one brief tornado with these, maybe to the southwest of Kadoka earlier in South Dakota. We covered that one before it was warned. And at the moment, neither of these storms near Phillip nor approaching White River look really tornadic to me, but we'll keep an eye on them just in case for these areas. Doesn't look too bad. We get a little bit of a look at Hunter's Feed while he stops in the town. Kind of pointing at the edge of this this complex here. So I think what we're going to see today, maybe from Hunter's Feed, is one of those shelf clouds where it really looks like it's where I don't know, like the hood is coming over you, essentially. You guys know those shelf clouds. We might see one of those, but you're also going to see a little bit of that structure above the first level of the clouds there. You can see it's a little bit stacked there in that feed right below me. Putting out a video? I'm not sure yet. I think I'll just use all the footage I got from my storm chasing trip in sporadic ways throughout videos, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have plans to do anything in particular with that yet. Okay, all good up here for now. Just some hailstorms moving through. Really looks like the primary area of hailstorms is actually further up north into South Dakota. I think the enhanced risk includes this area where these storms are moving in right now. But there in Nebraska, we haven't really seen widespread storm coverage. This is what it looks like now. Do not know why this storm is not severe warned. Very interesting look. So this is interesting. You're not going to see this very often. Here, southeast of Arthur, Nebraska, we have a hailstorm with a scatter spike here, a hail spike. Essentially, the radar is coming from this direction. It's hitting this hail core right here in the pink, and it passes through it and then gets this little phantom artifact that extends out of the storm like this. That means there's very large hail in this storm. And the other thing is there's no severe thunderstorm warning with this right now. So this is a rare instance where you're going to see a hail spike, essentially, and no severe thunderstorm warning. I'm pretty surprised about this. It is in a rural area, but this is probably going to be warned soon for hail. Because, yeah, you're not going to see this very often. So, red box coming soon, more than likely for this storm. It's just started to take on a very large hail core to it. Right in there, you see that? Very interesting look. So, expect the severe thunderstorm warning for this, for sure. Tornado-wise, nothing. And that's why Reed Timmers ended his chase already, because these storms that he's chasing out here in Nebraska went kaput. He could have been up here in South Dakota or gone down to our windstorm in the Oklahoma Panhandle. The one in between in Nebraska doesn't look like it's doing too much. So let's go back to Kansas, where we see our northern bow echo taking shape still, once again, pointed that out the moment it started pushing out in front. And now we have a lot more of damaging winds here near Meade, just passed through Plains in Kansas. And this is going to get pretty close to Dodge City and Mineola. I expect that this warning, I have a good idea that this warning right here is going to be upgraded to a destructive severe warning with winds like this. So on the right side of your screen, these dark blues into light purples are winds around 90 to 95 miles an hour, about 2,000 feet above the surface. If these are able to translate down to the surface, they will be very, very powerful winds. So might see an upgrade to this warning. Otherwise, yeah, we'll see how this fares. I think this is the northern part of our really damaging winds, and then we still have this one just to the south that's now dying out. This was the remnants of our supercell. So the northern one looks to be much more concerning. Bro roasting reed timber. I mean, every seasoned chaser likes to hear constructive feedback. And I'm sure he knows that. Get a grip. Thank you, Drop, for the support. Right. So damage reported back in oh my gosh, I remember this. Cimarron County in the Oklahoma Panhandle, also reporting damage from a while ago from these storms. Plenty of damage in Texas County. Irrigation pivots flipped. Those things are heavy in those fields. Those long those long machines essentially with all the irrigation coming out the side of them, and then they have that central source there. So if they flip that whole thing, that's pretty powerful winds. Barn roof sheared and blown off and downed power poles, and then our 114 mile an hour wind gust. So yeah, this is a really strong windstorm. The reason why we have a moderate risk right in this area too, but it appears that some of the strongest winds happened just outside of it for now. So I'm hoping that this pocket of really strong winds actually stays out of Dodge City, but it's going to get pretty close here. It's going to get pretty close to Dodge City in the next 30 minutes. So hopefully being weather aware up there in Dodge City, you're right on that edge of that moderate risk today, a 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. And the winds are approaching you. Hopefully staying to the south. It looks like Mineola might get in on the worst of them as it stands. No tornado warnings for a while, though, so still feeling good with that. It's going to be bad in Cleveland, Oklahoma. The smoke? Yeah. Smoke's pretty bad. Other than that, though, we should be okay. State lines, not borders. What does it matter? Same thing. You've seen too many tornadoes. Whoa. So what's going on, chat? While we wait for the next progression of this, our eyes are focused on South Dakota and here along the Kansas-Oklahoma line. There you go, line. Yes, constructive is the key word. I'd just be like, well, reed timber sucks for going to Nebraska and not South Dakota. There's a tornado warning up there. Who would say that? You're so silly if you say that. You got to give constructive feedback, something that they would appreciate, and that's why we would work well, and that's why we work well together. Even if we're doing our own thing on 2 separate channels, we work together to give you guys information in different ways. That's why it's important to help, not hurt. You just got roasted. Wow. Yeah, let's go, Crystal. Where's the oddest place I found a tornado? Like on radar? Probably in the mountains somewhere. I don't remember. I've looked at way too many tornadoes on radar. All right, here in just outside of Meade, now getting into the 100 mile an hour winds. Here, just a couple thousand feet above the ground. So I think this part of the storm is intensifying. Looks like greater and greater wind speeds are showing up here as it approaches Mineola. So we probably need to go ahead and say it's a great idea to be inside, out ahead of this in Fowler and Mineola. in Kansas. It's going to be really, really windy. You remember that storm 10 days ago in Dodge City? It's the same one that went through Tulsa later. This is kind of a similar situation to that. Yeah, Topeka's fine. We got going on in the plains this evening. We got this damaging windstorm. This is the last hour of its life here. And then this is going to continue this way for the next 5-6 hours. Could have been a microburst, absolutely. But the reason why I don't immediately point to a microburst is because this is right where that supercell merged with the line. Therefore, I think there could be several different things that would result in a wind gust like that. It could have been a brief tornado. It could be a microburst, and it actually literally just could be a response from the storm system pushing forward just that fast. So everything is possible. Straight line winds, microburst, tornado that could have produced that. No chance to be able to tell because we were looking a mile above the storm over there, 1.5 miles. So at the surface, something gnarly happened. I know that. There we go. Hunter's turning in just nicely there to give us a look at the storm. From the southern part here, you might need to keep blasting north to keep up with the worst parts of the storm at the moment as it surges forward. But he's sitting right here, just south of the Kansas line here. Near Gate, Roston, Oklahoma, and then Inglewood, Kansas. And the line is just off to his west. You can see what it looks like there. And just give me a second, and I'll pull up a full screen of that for you. That I'm going to have to fix, of course. So Hunter's sitting right there. I'm going to fix the feed right now. I don't know if I can do this. I'm going to have to fix it for the next stream, too. Good old Hunter's feed. Dropped a different way. Let me see if I can fix this. You guys can see this full screen. Because he does have a really good look at what's happening there. Alright, this is going to be a little rough, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it full screen Hunter cam. Just a second, because there's some good lightning going on with that. Alright. There we go. Hunter's feed there in the full screen. This is what that storm looks like there, right along the state lines between Oklahoma and Kansas, right on the border there. Got some gnarly structure off to the right side here. Can see basically what is that shelf cloud and a bunch of lightning activity occurring inside of it. So, yeah, that thing is surging east right there. This new warning has it moving east at 65 miles an hour. So this storm is basically moving at highway speeds towards this frame of view where Hunter is sitting here. 65 mile an hour progression. You can see it moving if you look really closely. I just wanted to blow that up for you so you could see it. I know there's two of them. Just deal with it. One heck of a storm. You don't want this on your doorstep. But I think the worst of it is actually, you see where the sunset look is there? That is actually the sunset. I think the worst of it is looming just off over that direction. Because that's over there in Kansas. It gets looking really bad over there, so it's kind of ghostly to see this part of it, but know what's happening right there next to that sunset part of the frame. There could be 100-mile-an-hour winds right in there. If I were Hunter, I would gun it to the north and see if he could catch up with any of these really destructive winds. It wouldn't be a really safe thing to park your car and be between there, but I know Hunter's been through worse, and I know that's probably exactly what he wants to do. And while he goes to the north, this is going to be just out of his driver's side window. You get a really good look at some of the little bits of rain that's fallen out in front of the storm. mixed with the sunset in there. You see all those little gray clouds that are kind of streaming down there? That's all rain cooled air, a little bit of showers popping up out in front of the storm, and they're mixing really nicely with the sunset. And I think if we just watch this, you're going to see those clouds to the left side just kind of slowly encroach on his feed. Yeah, safely gun it to the north. These are highway speeds. You're going to see those clouds just come slowly to the west.
To tell me go north under stream. My plan is go up to US 160 and sit on that intersection. I'm not sure yet if I wanted to overtake me or if I'm just going to continue on these to get a good structure of this.
There you go. There's Hunter listening in. So here's the intersection he's talking about here west of Ashland. So he's making his way up north. He's not going to have very long when he gets there to make that decision that he's talking about. So we'll see what happens there. But man, that's one heck of a look at that storm that is giving us. I mean, I'm seeing, like, I was just looking at his feed, right? I saw so many flashes that I just started seeing flashes on the radar. Like, wow, there's lightning in there. Could be a mothership. Mothership is usually with a supercell rather than a line, but I mean, it certainly has some structure to make it look like something. Anything for Tennessee tonight? You're getting in on the beginnings of a very bad heat wave, is what I would say. So heat is more dangerous than these storms unless you are outside in this storm.
I don't think I'm going to make it to one.
Yeah, I don't think you are either, Hunter. He might. I don't think he's going to make it there. You can see already, it looks like the clouds are almost on the road. And there we go. This warning was just upgraded to a destructive warning, and it's not coming through my thing anymore, so I got to refresh it again. So this severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded to a destructive warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds now, including Meade as it's passing through, and over just to the south of Dodge City, down through Mineola and Inglewood here. So destructive, severe might prompt tornado sirens in these towns, depending on the local emergency management decision making here. So through the southwestern part of Ford County and down through toward the state line here. We'll see what they decide to do, but that is now a destructive warning up here for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Most likely associated with this pocket right here. Very, very powerful winds, 85, 90, 95-mile-an-hour winds just above the surface here near Fowler. Are you going to get storms in Minnesota? I'll be chasing them. It'll be in the late afternoon to evening, more than likely. Beaver, Oklahoma has flipped semi-trucks. Flipped semis. I'm not surprised by that anywhere in Beaver County, especially in the northern part. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were trucks flipped over here on the road. So hopefully not too many people impacted by that. And hopefully not any injuries as a result of that. But yeah, those powerful winds are, they could flip semis for sure. Next chance of storms in Georgia? Well, it's summertime. In summer, you get pop-up storms almost every day, don't you? You'll get storms down there eventually. Happy to help, Corey. Friends in Turpin and Beaver. Wow, man, they just went through one heck of a thing. I wonder what they're gonna say to you. I wonder what they have to say. I'd love to hear about that because yeah, these are not super populated areas, but they definitely have some response going on with those powerful winds there. Yes, I did. We broadcast that immediately when it happened, Angel. You live? Make sure you're live. Keep up the time in the bottom right corner. Silly YouTubers. I don't know. How do we make it more obvious and evident to people that we are live? We got literally the time on the stream that should let you know when things are happening. How do we get people to know? We lost Hunter's feed because he's basically in this mess right here. I bet his marker is probably going to update and he's going to be up here near Inglewood. But yeah, this is almost certainly overtaken him already. You can see the last frame Last known frame of Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley being chased by the storm here on this episode of Storm Chase Ease. Storm Chasers be chased by destructive severe thunderstorms. My goodness. Nothing more than that, though. At the moment, still just seeing pockets of really strong damaging winds. Let's go back up to South Dakota. See if anything's changed up here. Looks like we just have several supercells that have combined together in southwestern to south central South Dakota. They're kind of combining together, competing a little bit here. It's going to be hard to get any other tornado from this, but we do have embedded structure right in here that could point to a possible area of rotation. I mean, the storm's definitely rotating, but no tornado warning on it. And we're going to get very far away from a radar site here in just a bit, so not going to be able to tell you too much about these storms other than the fact that they're rotating pretty far up in the atmosphere. So some strong storms approaching White River and Mission. They're in the Indian reserves, I believe, in this area. It looks to be the worst of it up here. There's our severe thunderstorm warning there for the storm southeast of Arthur that had that hail spike. Called that out just a bit ago. Hunter became the hunted. Oh, man. How you guys doing over in the smoke? Right, live over everything? There's like several live things, but it doesn't show them the time, I guess. This is GR2 Analyst. This is the radar program I use primarily. It's also a favorite of many National Weather Service meteorologists. Right, back over to Kansas here. Just to keep an eye on this storm since our chaser is out there in the zero service area. Oh, I think he's decided to go east. Okay, so he's abandoned going north, and he's going to try to stay out of this going east. That's a little bit concerning if any heavy rain starts to douse out these dirt roads. They won't become too muddy for the first few minutes, but hopefully he can outpace these. He should be fine making informed decisions out there. I mean, Hunter, if you're curious, Hunter's a person who's seen the several wedge tornadoes this year, including Spalding, including Kiowa. Like, he has seen so many tornadoes this year that he is definitely making good and well-informed decisions as a chaser here. Yeah, storm's moving at highway speed, so it's definitely going to outpace him on any dirt road for sure. But for a while, he should be fine. The roads should not be muddy. Right. Still on the best radar site. Here is another 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. North of Meade. Second triple-digit wind gust of the day. 100 miles an hour estimated west of Fowler by Train Spotter. Right in this pocket that we've been talking about here near Fowler. Now we have another triple-digit wind gust. That's the second one today. Very strong storm system. And, I mean, this is pretty convincing to me. As it started back here in northwest Texas Panhandle, it's now moving on to the north and east, and then we'll start. And now it's definitely going to start taking that more easterly path, along the path of least resistance in the atmosphere, as it heads towards Wichita. So right now we have the beginnings of a derecho, and we're going to continue to see if it remains significantly severe as it progresses off to the east. If it continues to remain significantly severe with widespread damaging winds and significant winds like that, we will definitely have you're definitely watching a derecho live. So you're watching the beginnings of one. Whether it remains that severe as it goes on remains to be seen, but you're watching the beginning of one for sure. Powerful, powerful windstorm. So once again, this area of really strong winds is right off to the south of Dodge City. More than likely, what's going to happen here in Dodge City in Kansas is that there's going to be some really powerful winds, but you might not get that much rain. So up here, you don't necessarily have to have heavy downpours to get super strong wind gusts. you might see some pretty powerful winds, especially on the southern side of the city, without much rain. So if you're in Dodge City, definitely let me know what happens, what you hear outside, but don't be outside in it, just in case you're near any tall things or any debris is flying around the air, any loose debris from all these powerful winds. Definitely want to know what's going on in this area, but I think you might still get in on some strong wind gusts, but not necessarily with the rain. Man, 2 triple-digit wind gusts reported today already. Yeah, you're used to the wind. Well, you won't be used to a super powerful instance of that of the wind if any really strong gusts like this one come through, because this is getting closer to you. And while there are some wind turbines here that are kind of messing with the data just a bit, in the legitimate signatures, we are less than 1,000 feet above the ground, and I still see 95-mile-an-hour winds right here. So this could be a very, very strong, brief shower with hurricane force winds that is right in this area, right about to get to Highway 283. So this is very close to being bad for this area. I hope it stays out of the city, but we can pretty confidently say that these winds are legitimate and very close to the surface. The smoke's awful for you guys in Michigan and Chicago. Yeah, it's still bad in Chicago. Almost certain of it. Hopefully you guys don't have to be outside in that stuff. Yep, we're watching for Tulsa. If it does come through for Tulsa down the line, you guys are on the southern extent of this. It might stay off to your north, or it might just clip you. That is going to be probably around midnight and after midnight. We'll see. Yeah, Hunter's feed is down. I'm going to try to refresh it. I kind of like this freeze frame he has, so I didn't want to refresh it yet because I like the freeze frame. It looks very ominous and foreboding. But we stared at this for about 10 minutes now, so let's see what his stream shows. If it shows anything, I don't think we're going to be able to see it, though. So we'll probably have a black screen for a little while now. In addition to that, we have a thingy here, a virtual Railfan camera in Kearney, Nebraska. However, the storms over there have petered out. So I'm actually going to go ahead and tag Frank here. I don't know where. I'll just do it in here. I think we should get the Wichita, Kansas Railfan in YouTube too. That would be great. Please and T1. Oh, polls. Very good. Frank, if he's not eating dinner, will help me out here because a Wichita, Kansas virtual Railfan camera is going to be really good to see this storm from the west, just in case Hunter doesn't get some service for a while. He's out here in rural northwest Oklahoma in Harper County. So, yeah, not having service is expected. Even Indy is pretty smoky. Yeah, making it all the way that far south. Twiddling your thumbs. Yeah, I hope you stay safe tonight. But, yeah, this looks like a pretty nasty storm. I think it's going to continue to be that's going to continue to be the case as it gets closer to you. All right, we're going to get that Wichita, Kansas virtual Railfan there in the second spot. Them at the virtual Railfan channel, they like the weather too, and they work pretty closely with us quite often. So I think we're going to get we'll probably get a westward-facing look from the Railfan cam there. As it gets closer, I mean, it's still a couple hours away from Wichita at the minimum here. So it's going to take some time for it to get going there, but we will have the Railfan camera up right there. There we go. Now we're in Wichita. Let me edit that. Shows up on the stream. And we'll monitor this line of storms as it approaches from the west. Multiple looks at that. Yes, exactly. June 17th, we covered a very similar storm to this that also impacted Dodge City and Tulsa. So if we see a storm just like that approach 10 days later, that would be kind of exceptional now, wouldn't it? But the difference between this one, though, is that one formed in Colorado back in this area and went down this path like this. This one's formed in the Texas Panhandle and eastern New Mexico and is going around like this. So two different origin points for similar storms. All right, we're getting close to Mineola here with the strongest winds. I think these winds are probably going to begin to peter out just a little bit. You can see that the rest of the storm is kind of fallen behind back here, and that there's basically no rain where these really strong winds are associated here. So, again, we're seeing almost no rain popping up here, but still 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported just a little bit ago. Thank you, Billy, for the support, and Philip. Appreciate you both. A derecho is a powerful windstorm that has significant wind gusts over 75 mile an hour. Over 75 miles an hour. Getting caught up a little bit. For a couple 100 miles. And that's it. So this origin point back here in the Texas Panhandle, if this persists for a couple 100 miles like this, as it has now, that would be the definition of a derecho. There you go. Happy to help, Teresa. Alabama is looking okay. I don't think Alabama's going to be too bad. Your biggest concern coming up is the heat, and that's going to start probably Thursday and get worse Friday into the weekend. Excessive heat watch out for your area. Depending on the office, that's either never been issued before, excessive heat watch, or it's been 15 years since the last one. Now, there have been excessive heat warnings for your area, yes, but to have high confidence in excessive heat to where it's going to feel like it's 110 Fahrenheit outside, which is just about 45 Celsius for anyone interested in the Celsius conversion, 44 Celsius or so. To have high confidence in that this far out, that's the rare part, which is why the excessive heat watch is a very rare one to be put out. So please be ready for that. The heat is going to be very, very bad for parts of the southeast, especially Alabama and west. Make sure you are ready for the heat. Excessive heat watch means we are 48 to 72 hours out from excessive heat warning criteria, which is when it feels like over 105 degrees Fahrenheit outside or over 40 Celsius. And that's going to be in place in the Memphis area, the Nashville area, even as far north as the St. Louis area, even though that's not in an excessive heat watch right now. It's possible up there. Jonesboro, Arkansas, Birmingham. It's going to be some of the worst heat you've felt in a while. Thank you, Billy. Lake effect rain event in Cleveland. Interesting. Ongoing or forecasted to begin? We'll take a look at it on radar for sure. Yes, I'm really interested what it's like in Dodge City. Again, what we're watching here is an area that doesn't really have any rain. Doesn't really have any rain associated with it, but has some extremely strong winds that have just produced a triple-digit wind gusts back here in miles per hour, 100 miles per hour. Feels like is calculated based on how humid it is and the base temperature. Those two things together will give you that. Atlanta's not in excessive heat watch yet, but I think it's still going to be pretty hot a little bit further east. Not as bad as your neighbors are experiencing to the west this weekend, but it's still going to be pretty bad. And the same is true for the Central Valley in California. That is coming up this weekend as well. Skyview cam in Dodge City shows the wind and rain starting. I don't doubt it. I don't think it's going to be too rainy up there, but yeah, that wind passing just to the south. It's going to be really interesting to see if there are any reports from any instrumentation sites in this area near Mineola. It looks like it's calmed down just a bit here. I'm seeing 85 to 90 mile an hour winds basically in this pocket of dark blue that are pretty close to the surface. So that's going to pass right over Highway 283 shortly. Otherwise, we have Hunter, who is just in the thick of this right here. He's still moving, so I still see him going forward here right along the state line in Harper County in Oklahoma. But we don't have his feed for a while because he is in a very rural area. Imagine as he gets back to the highway, we might get his feed back. He's on AT&T, so pretty consistent coverage as a chaser, which is really nice. Thank you, Phil Muth. You're in Hutchinson. You should be fine up there. Right on the northern periphery of that. But I mean, if we see this trend continue where there's strong winds in an area that doesn't have rain, that might get a little bit closer to Wichita, and also maybe all the way up there in Hutchinson. Not sure, but I appreciate that. And I am most appreciative that you are being weather aware. That's huge. Happy to help, Katie. What is the difference between heat index and wet bulb temp? The heat index is a product of looking at temperature and dew point. The wet bulb temperature is just what the temperature would cool down to if you had saturated air moving through, essentially. So if it's raining, it's going to cool down to the wet bulb temperature. That's what that means. Very easy way to think of it. That isn't entirely 100% accurate, but you can essentially think about it as if it's 90 degrees out and the wet bulb temperature is 68, then it will cool to 68 when it rains and it completely saturates the environment. Oh boy, so we have this again. Another example of range folding on our velocities where the data just goes gobbledygook. I like what chat said earlier, gobbledygook. So the winds are so strong here that they begin to distort the radar data here. Let's see if I can try to fix that. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Oh, there we go. Cool. Fixed it using not using the wind profile here. So there we go. Still some really strong winds again. Right up here is a likely pocket of winds, 85-mile-an-hour winds that is just a few hundred feet above the surface. So that's easily reaching down there. And it's about to enter just scrape by Dodge City right now. No, almost no rain over there. Really interesting stuff. Tulsa, looks like your stormiest hour is midnight and later. We still got a long time to go. Happy to help, Brian. So while we wait for more information to come out of these storms and the progression of their severe thunderstorm warnings, what the next step of this storm is, essentially, because it's looking a little funky here. It's looking a little funky here. I wonder what it's going to do next. Will it bow out in front like this? Will it reorganize? I don't know. I'm not sure what this storm will look like next. Right now, it looks a little disorganized, so it may not be at its most powerful state. But right out in front of it is an environment that's generally supportive for the continuation of really strong winds. So, gonna continue to monitor this. This is our main event as we get through the moderate risk area today, or 4 out of 5. Memphis tonight, you guys are fine. Yeah, gobbledygook. You haven't heard that before? They're in southwest Missouri. It's going to be the early morning, like witching hour when these storms get to you. So I am going to be asleep when that happens, preparing for a possible storm chase tomorrow. With this person who is currently trying to outrun the storm right here. He's going to be the same person storm chasing with tomorrow. I'm interested. Up here in the Twin Cities area, there's going to be some supercells tomorrow. Not too bad, not widespread, but subject to change. Thank you, Tracy, for the support. How can you tell from radar whether winds are surface-based or higher in altitude? So a radar essentially scans out at several different levels, but every time it sends a beam out and it's scanning the atmosphere, it is increasing in height. So the further away you are from a radar, the farther up you're looking. And if I look at this pocket right here, so it depends on the app or the software you're using, but GR2 here tells me that this is about 650 feet above the surface where the radar is scanning right here. Whereas further down here, if I mouse over this, it tells me it's about 1,100 to 1,200 feet. So the further away you are, the higher up you look, and that's why we have those radar holes. That is the reason for that. Definitely heard of it in Indiana. Good. Discombobulated. What I will say, if we watch these last few frames back here. Oh boy, I may have froze my program. Oh, wow, that's never happened before. Okay, we watch this back here. I think what this storm is actually going to do is it's likely going to develop its own low pressure system. So if we watch this back, you can see this little comma developing right here, this little comma shape. This is the storm's own low pressure. And that means that we're going to see literal rotation, like kind of happen around this thing. And it might even be happening a little bit further back here. There's several instances of pressure differences that can occur with strong self-propelling storms like this one here in northwest Oklahoma and southwest Kansas. When it develops its own low pressure system, it really begins to rotate around itself, and we call that a mesoscale convective vortex. And that means that it's basically going to be self-propagating for quite some time. It could carry its own attendant severe threat for a long time as a result of that as well. And it's just a very interesting storm mode, I think, that we're going to see develop as a result of that. Doohickeys and what's-its. Exactly. Where's this headed? Just like that. So Tulsa, you're looking after midnight. Wichita, right around midnight, just before it. You go to sleep to the Fort Worth, Texas virtual Railfan cam. Well, ain't that just some? Your username checks out. I think tomorrow's risk could go enhanced. It's subject to change, yes. But I think that the area for a slight risk is small. Small enough already that an upgrade would be pretty rare. An upgrade would be pretty rare. Oh yeah, let's go back to the scanner feed so I get context on what Brandy's talking about.
If you do, you can pull down Hunter. He just had a wreck.
Okay. So Hunter didn't make it through. Hunter did not make it through the mess here, and he has had a wreck. Well, it sounds like he's in communication with Brandy, who just came through. Thank you, Brandy. So we will not have Hunter's feed up there. Don't want to broadcast that just in case. That's unfortunate. Hopefully he's not on a dirt road getting rained out here.
And
Hunter did not make it through the mess.
Hunter is okay. He just hit a deer. He's all right, though.
Ah, okay, so he's hit a deer. Thank you, Brandy, for coming through on that. So there's a deer in the storm, probably scared by the storm, and, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. If you hit a deer, well, that's just what happens. It's really unfortunate. So, unfortunately, racked up the car there with a deer interaction on some of these dirt roads. It's just, you don't want to hear it. Dang. Maybe I won't be going storm chasing after all. It's going to be pretty tough for him to come back. Thank you, Brandy, for letting me know. We do not have Hunter's feed. That means that we can put up a virtual Railfan cam in Oklahoma. So we have another feed to fill that. Oklahoma. No, there's none in Tulsa. What's another one we can look at? I don't know if we have another one to look at. Let's go ahead and pull up the let's look at the smoke while we still have some daylight. Might get an interesting sunset. Let's do Galesburg or smokiest cam. Smokiest cam, Frank. Let's see what happens. Hunter hit a deer. Okay. So we'll get a look at the smoke. We have some Railfan cameras up in the Midwest. And I'll show you guys a look at the smoke live in those areas, even though you probably don't need to see it unless you're up there. You don't need to see it. If you're not up there, you could get a look at what the smoke might look like. So we'll take a look at that. Yeah, that sucks. It's just the worst case, and right in the middle of a storm. Again, I hope he's not on a dirt road where that happened, but I'm pretty certain he is. So if that road gets washed out at all, that would also be a compounding problem. Currently in the smoke down in Illinois, and it is awful. Yep, and the smoke's so bad in Wisconsin. Yep, there we go. We're gonna start. We're gonna start being. We're gonna start lamenting about the smoke again, and I understand that for sure. Yeah, lots of people have had deer interactions. You guys understand for sure. You guys understand. It'll happen during storm chase. Honestly, I'm just really happy that it didn't happen when I was out storm chasing. I was very that was one of the things I was most worried about. All right, we got Galesburg, Illinois on YouTube 1. Look from Galesburg, Illinois. At that is very smoky. You can see the smoke just right in the foreground on this Railfan camera. I'll update the name for you. You can literally see the smoke right in the foreground of that. Galesburg, Illinois. All right, chat. So we're hanging out now. We're watching smoke. We're waiting for the storms to get through there. We have a new destructive warning. We were without a destructive warning for just a little bit, though. So there's our new one for 80. What is that for? Oh, it hasn't even come through yet. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Wow, there's so many warnings through here. This is for 80-mile-an-hour winds, also in this narrow corridor. So I think what we're beginning to see here is, again, our mesoscale convective vortex right back in here. And now the leading edge of the strongest winds are going to be right in the front here of this this bowing shape. So you see that bow shape there? There's the arrow. Bam. Destructive warning. So the strongest winds are now right to the south of the Kansas state line into Oklahoma. So they should stay north of Woodward. I know I called you guys out earlier. Looks like it's going to stay north of Woodward. And we're going to see our next area of damaging winds start up as these go through Dodge City. Still not sure how that's going, but probably really strong winds with no rain just moved through Dodge City. I didn't see any updates on that. All right, so let's pay attention to chat. Angel has a great question. What changed to make the Storm Prediction Center upgrade the risk so rapidly from a general thunderstorm or the night before this one to a moderate risk today? So literally within a day, we went up 4 stages of risk, which is very rare. So what happened here is when you have certain parameters in place, especially one called downdraft cape, which is literally the available potential energy, that storm fuel, but specifically for the descending air from a storm, meaning how fast is that air going to descend and rush forward. If you have parameters like that are increased in a very localized area like this one, that's one thing that can point towards a damaging wind event, which is what the risk was upgraded for. Because this is still a 2% tornado risk, which is a marginal. Literally a 1 out of 5. The damaging wind event is a 4 out of 5. So that is one reason why. When you see essentially atmospheric parameters that point to the development of a damaging windstorm, that can lead to these rapid upgrades. And that's what happened in August 2020 for the Iowa derecho. That is the same case. I think Quebec is fine. You've asked me about 47 times, but you haven't told me any context as to why I should go over there. Nope, I don't think there will be 100-mile-an-hour winds in Tulsa. I really hope not. But that is the reason why I'm live tonight, in case there is, because we've already seen 2 triple-digit mile-per-hour wind reports. 114 in Beaver County, Oklahoma, and 100 in the Meade, Kansas area. So this is a direct result of this storm right here, this complex of storms. You can watch it moving through. It's absorbed a supercell, and that caused a very localized area of extremely damaging winds. And it's moving right across the state lines here, right on the state borders. Yeah, Hunter did hit a deer, unfortunately, right in this incredibly strong part of the storm. So I believe some really strong winds went right over Hunter just then, because you can see them emerging on the other side here. And now we have a really strong pocket right here east of Hunter's location. So I'm sure he went through some pretty powerful winds, but I'm not going to bug him. He's got other things to focus on right now as he deals with the aftermath of that. Yep, 114. Among the highest wind gust reports I've ever seen covering the radar like this. 114. Street lights flickered on Galesburg? Huh, I wonder why. Yeah, we have the smoky cam right below me now, since we're not going to have Hunter chasing there. And we have the Wichita, Kansas camera there right below that to give us probably a look at the lightning show. We're still a couple hours out from the storm getting close to Wichita, and it might go to the south. But that'll be the camera that gives us a look at the progression of the storm closer to south central Kansas. He's okay. Carr is not. Rats. You just don't want to hear that. Thanks, Taylor, for passing that along, by the way. I did not. I mean, I'm not checking Snapchat during this. Yeah, that kind of wrecked his front left part. The rest of the car is okay, but yeah, the front left of the car took a beating there. But he is all right. I say Quebec the right way. I've said it both ways. I will specifically interchange between the two to make both parties mad. Yeah, these windstorms can be incredibly dangerous to chase. Kansas City's fine. Toronto, fine for now, I think. Might get some weather on Friday, probably, is when the weather might be active over there. Yeah, alright, so let's see what the latest Storm Prediction Center updates are. What do we got going on? Small, intense Boeing complex will pose a threat for significant severe wind gusts of 75 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour as this evening as it moves eastward. Yep. So it looks like that. The Storm Prediction Center is right in line with what we're looking at there towards Alva, Oklahoma, and to the north. Actually, I think there's a chance that part of that starts to begin to propagate to the south here. Right at the end of this loop, it looks like it's trying to take a southward dive as well. So if I show you this mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, blah. There we go. Right there. This is their latest discussion of the mesoscale, which is the smaller scale here. They're highlighting this area out in front of the complex we're looking at here for very powerful winds. Again, if there's significant severe wind gusts that continue with this for quite some time out ahead of it, we're looking at a derecho. If it begins to quiet down here before it really gets into north central Oklahoma, I think it's not really going to qualify as a derecho. So right now, I definitely think it's on the path to becoming a derecho, which is a couple 100 miles of intense winds. And with this graphic, it definitely could continue to do so because the Storm Prediction Center thinks so. So they have Alva, Oklahoma right on the edge of this, but I think the latest scans are actually showing a little bit of this part of the storm propagating more to the east-southeast, right on the edge of this highlighted area in blue. So let's take a look at that. So you can see that showing up right here, right on the leading edge of this storm. And you can see it's going basically due east here, past Buffalo. And it looks like it's going on a head-on collision with Alva down the line. Stillwater, you'll probably be to the south, maybe right along the southern extent of this damaging wind threat. I don't think you'll be right in the center of it. Thank you, SCO. I actually saw that. Appreciate you sending that along. So the smoke's there in Peoria. You can barely see it. It basically looks like the smoke in this cam right down there. Looks like there is literally a fire in the field behind this Railfan cam where it's pointed at. And the same is true basically in the city of Peoria in Illinois. How is Perryton? I think our Y'all Squad video on Perryton is actually going to come out pretty soon. Maybe this week. If we finish it up this week, I think it's going to be out very soon. So you're going to see the results of that mission from the nonprofit there, and your contributions if you were a contributor to the Perryton Fund. And then Matador, Texas is up next after that. Why are they so hard to forecast the day before? Well, sometimes they are hard to forecast, and sometimes they aren't, because a corridor of damaging winds can make itself known either really close to when it happens or a while out. In this case, I would say that it was more of a surprise because it was a very narrow area of supportive conditions. Like, you can see how small this storm is, right? But the fact that it lives for several hours and will continue to do so and travels for a very long distance, that's why it's a surprise. And, that's why it's hard to forecast these things because it's so much smaller. No, all of this is staying out of Texas. Your concern in Texas is excessive heat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the All Squad video too. I haven't seen any part of it yet. The car run, I have no idea. Perryton is your hometown? Wow, that's going to be an emotional video, I think, for you. So make sure you're prepared for that, because yeah, we've done some really good stuff there, I think. So you'll see the results. It was a huge effort. Huge effort. Smoke's horrible in Indianapolis. Looks like heavy fog. Yeah, it looks like this. Looks like this right here. Do not stay outside in that for too long. Even though it's kind of funny, it smells like a barbecue maybe, or it smells terrible. You don't want to be out in it. So just stay inside with air filtration. Color coordinating to wind velocity? I'm not sure what you mean. This is just a color scale to show us what the wind speeds are with specific colors. I could change it. I could make it so that green is 200 miles an hour. But right now, it's like 10 to 30 or 40. Where's the smoke showed up around 3:30, huh? Topeka should be fine. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, right now we're watching the beginning of essentially what it looks like for a storm to travel around a high pressure system, which is down here in Texas. So we have high pressure down here in Texas, and the storms are traveling around the ring of it here, and that's why you sometimes hear the phrase "ring of fire." Because the ring of fire is really just the border of the high pressure, and storms are traveling around it. That often happens in the upper plain or the northern plains and the Midwest in the summer. And so we see that right here in the central plains, which is a little less common, but we're going to see that tomorrow and Thursday in the Midwest, actually, with some lower end threats, but still some supercells possible on each day, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday in the Minneapolis area and just to the east towards Eau Claire, to the south in northeast Iowa. And then on Thursday through central into northern Illinois. No plans to stream either of those days right now, as they remain slight risks, but they're subject to change, and we'll see how they evolve as we get closer to them. So it looks like the strongest storms maybe stayed just the strongest winds maybe stayed just to the south of Dodge City. A lot of damaging wind reports down to the south here, 75, 82 mile an hour winds through Mineola. So some very strong winds are traveling through Mineola and have done so, and now they're up towards Buckland and losing a little bit of their intensity as we focus back down here into right along the state line. So Mineola, that was the area I was concerned, getting those really powerful wind gusts up to destructive level, and that did happen. That did happen. Upstate New York, it's raining, right? It's raining, or is there smoke getting in over there? I think the rain might be all off to your east, but you might get some remnant showers there. South of Dodge, wow, what happened? How's it going? Is it snow on the camera? Gosh, no, that's smoke. Different S word. Good question. Hunter update? Nothing in particular. He's probably just getting somebody to come pick him up, more than likely. Gonna take some time for somebody to get to his location, pick up him and the company with him, but they're all okay. They just hit a deer over here during the strong storm moving through. Stuff on the cam. Yep, Northern Illinois. I hope you're able to enjoy the storms. Yeah, definitely very much need some rain over there in that area of drought for sure. What's up? Yeah, we're just having we're having a much more chill stream today where I get to talk to you guys so much. And hopefully keeping people weather aware. I love to see the response here in Wichita and Tulsa down the line. We are hanging out while these storms move through. And if you remember 10 days ago, if you're in Tulsa, I just hung out with y'all, and then that storm just ramped up so fast right on approach to the city. So, you know, the fact that I was there for that, ready to cover it and get really into the local area impacts was, I think, very valuable. So we're just hanging out while this storm moves through because it's still pretty powerful and it might happen. It could happen again. We will see. But we can always do live analysis and watch the progression of the storm. If it looks like it's dying out and it really is going to lose all its steam, then we can safely call it a little bit more. But if not, you know, we're looking through about midnight, maybe a little bit after midnight, just like last time. I think it was on Father's Day, somebody said, June 17th, right around that time. It was June 17th that derecho happened and took out, what was it, 380,000 people in Tulsa lost power. So we'll see if that happens again. Right now, it's not poised to do exactly that. But these evolve rapidly. So we will see. This is GR level 2, GR2 analyst, not GR level 3. I'm in Prime tonight. So are you, Joyce. Thanks for being here, being weather aware, doing your part in these mass responses, getting information out to people. I appreciate you. Absolutely, algorithm. One of the y'all vids mentioned a southern jet stream. Yeah, so this has a little bit of an embedded jet maximum, or a jet streak, which is a very much a more localized area of stronger winds above the surface here in the atmosphere. So a little bit of a jet streak is in place down here that's driving this forward as well. But the jet stream itself is that much longer connected area of strong winds very far up in the atmosphere. The southern one would be the subtropical jet. So that's what we're talking about in that video. Can I show the smoke in the four corners of New Mexico? Maybe. I do have the air quality index map open, and it doesn't look like there is any smoke in the four corners. It doesn't look like the air quality is being registered as lower in the four corners there, but it does look like there's a little bit of smoke in the vicinity of the Mojave Desert down into western Arizona. So I don't see it yet on the air quality index map, but there are fires ongoing over there. I know about them. I heard about them, so yeah, it would make sense if that smoke starts to get worse. Maybe like it's doing near Victorville there in California. Still getting rain, no hail, wind is dying off a bit. Did you go through the worst of it though there, Bella? Still getting rain. Not too much rain there south of Dodge. The winds were what I was most concerned with over there. I forget where exactly Waseca is, but where we're concerned with in Minnesota tomorrow is the southeast part of the state. So from the Twin Cities into the south and east. I forget where that town is. I've seen it 500 times though. Unique atmospheric conditions that cause a derecho to occur is very strong downdraft energy, downdraft cape, or our convective available potential energy, specifically looking at how fast winds will drop out of a storm. because a derecho is a self-propagating storm for a couple 100 miles. So if we have strong downdrafts coming out of the storm that move forward, then that will help a storm last for a while and become a derecho. In addition to that, you're just looking for extreme instability. So very high amount of moisture. So out ahead of this thing earlier on, we had 75-degree Fahrenheit dew points in northwest Oklahoma, which is a lot of moisture. That's the kind of air you can wear. Sort of moisture. The dew points, when you hear them that high up, that's when you walk into a swamp wall. You have a brush fire that started and is rapidly spreading near a few homes in town, in the Phoenix metro. I don't know where exactly you are, Tyler. Near Mankato? Okay, gotcha. Thank you for clarifying. I know where Mankato is. So look, I think it'll be off to your east. The primary severe weather threat tomorrow will be east of Mankato and Waseca. Downdrafts are storm farts. Sure, a little bit more prolonged than that, though. Thanks for the interesting chat. Navy blues and purples, yeah, about 85-mile-an-hour winds on my settings. I'll always make sure to give you the numbers that I'm looking at when I highlight an area of colors. I always want to give you the context. West of Owatonna? Okay. Oh, yeah, I know where it is now, yeah. What is differential reflectivity and how is it used? Differential reflectivity looks like this. You see this right here on the right side? This essentially is the difference between the horizontal component and the vertical component of anything that the radar is scanning. Raindrops, hailstones, anything like that in here that the radar is hitting, it's measuring how wide it is versus how vertical, how tall it is. And if it's taller than it is wider, you see this pocket of reds show up right here. That can tell you that, I'm pretty sure it goes that way at least. If it's taller than it is wider, you see that red, that area of red, and that indicates the air is definitely rising. It's pushing those raindrops upward and it's stretching them out vertically. So you can think of it like that. It's a good way to think about it. And then in the lower values, in the blues and grays here, that's where they're falling and they're flatter like hamburger buns. That's the shape of a raindrop. So that's a good way to use differential reflectivity. You can also use it to look at giant hail that might be occurring in any. If you know there's hail ongoing, say down here in this area of pink. Over here, if this were all gray on differential reflectivity, we could say, oh, there's probably a lot of large hail falling in that part of the storm because it's suppressing the values here. But because there might be hail falling here, but the reflectivity, the differential reflectivity looks rather high, we could say that's more than likely either small melting hail or very, very torrential downpour. It's a very, very powerful rainstorm right there. It might also be possible. Good question. New Jersey finally got some thunderstorms. Hopefully you enjoyed them. Northwest Minneapolis burbs, I think, are just barely in the slight risk tomorrow as it stands. See them. They're near Anoka, Brooklyn Park. I think you're just barely in that. It's definitely more concentrated, or the higher risk level is to the south and east. That doesn't mean all the storms are going to happen south and east of you. It just means that that is where the risk levels are associated. How much downdraft cape is there? Some of these areas have 15, 16, even 1,700 joules per kilogram of D cape, which is really high. Really high. And typically, when you have that much downdraft cape and you have a supercell, it's just going to gust out. Because the downdrafts are so powerful, it's just going to gust out and not be able to establish rotation. So that's why tornadoes, another thing that adds to the balance you need for tornadoes to happen. Too much D-cape, windstorm, no tornadoes. You just joined from Tulsa, you are not in the clear tonight. Hopefully you are, but as it stands, you're not. We have this storm right here. Now, I'll go ahead and keep playing the loop back while we talk to chat. It's going to get pretty close to your area, probably around midnight and just after that. Midnight Central Time. Waukesha is 349. Yeah, I think the worst of the air quality is near the Milwaukee Metro for sure. Waukesha. Just finished work. Hopefully that went well today. Central Texas likely to cool down. Well, not the near future, but after that, yeah, you're going to have to go through a little bit more of the worst of it coming up here with still some excessive heat in place. So you know the drill there, Kenneth. You're in Wagoner. I don't know exactly where that is in Oklahoma. Trying to remember every town name is impossible. But what I would say is find yourself on the map. Tulsa's right here, and these storms are expected to generally travel in this corridor, just like this. This is the strongest part of the storm will be within this corridor, almost certainly, as we progress through the night. So find yourself there. If you're outside of this to the south, you should be okay. You might get some spare gusty winds with any front that passes through, but no, probably no thunder and lightning. It'll all stay off to your north. If you're up here in Kansas, then yeah, you'll probably stay to the north of that. Just east of Tulsa. I thought it was in the metro. I remember talking about it. I remember talking about that place before. Yeah, if you're in Tulsa, the stormiest hour is probably midnight just after that. Smoke's terrible there in Chicago still. How long do derecho? 40-mile-an-hour winds typically last for. Well, derecho winds are above severe threshold, so 60-mile-an-hour winds. And they also incur 75-mile-an-hour winds or greater in along its entire life cycle, essentially. So right now, this looks a little bit less organized, but it definitely could have another chance at organizing, and it lasts for its entire life cycle. So the severe, essentially one criteria of a derecho is that it maintains severe levels over those several hundred miles, couple hundred miles that it travels. So I'm not sure. The first, maybe 80, 100 miles that this storm complex has traveled definitely qualifies it as one so far, but it has to probably travel another 100 miles or so across north central Oklahoma and towards the Tulsa area, while maintaining those significant wind gusts in order to be called a derecho. So right now, it's looking like one, but it might not continue to be so. So we can't call it one yet, but you've watched the first half of what would qualify it. Yeah, generally it's 240. Sometimes it's 400. It's a little bit subjectively assigned as well based on the severity. If you're in Toma, Wisconsin, I know where that is. It's toward the western part of the state, so you might be on the tail end of any supercells that might happen tomorrow, so it might be in your area. You're in the slight risk. 2 out of 5. So, possible large hail. We'll see what happens. How does wind even work? Wind flows from high pressure to low pressure. What is the most wind a severe thunderstorm is recorded? The highest wind? I mean, the 114 earlier is pretty high, but I'm pretty sure severe thunderstorms have had locally greater than 140-mile-an-hour wind gusts at some point in history. Yes, Ohio's fine. You guys might have some active weather, maybe some storms, but I don't know if they'll be severe or not on Friday. We're not close enough to that. So there could be an area of severe storms on Friday, but it's not going to be... It'll be low end if there is any severe threat. If you're looking at storm cell motion, that's just how fast the storm is moving. Can I explain magnets? Like actual magnets, like the poles, polarity? Probably not, so hopefully my physics professor isn't watching. I'm focused on the weather right now. I don't know if I could pull that out of my brain. Physics professor, please don't hate me. What causes the 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts? Some locally intense dynamics. So what caused this one back here in Beaver County was a supercell merging with the line, and so any rotation that was evident with that, any downdrafts in the supercell merging together, made it so that it probably accelerated those winds out in front of it. And then the 100-mile-per-hour wind up here near Meade in Kansas, that one was likely the result of a rear inflow jet forming and pushing the storm forward very quickly up that direction. So rear inflow jet formed because the storm left behind a little bit of cold air. We call that a cold pool, and the jet is a response to the temperature differential and thus the pressure differential that occurred because of that. So news destructive severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way out to Alva in Oklahoma now. So our destructive severe threat continues, and thus the coverage continues. It approaches Alva and Cherokee from the west there into Alfalfa County. I thought, wow. Chicago for Thursday? Yeah, you're in a slight risk at the moment in Chicago. I'm going to keep this radar loop playing rather than looking at the risk levels, but at the moment that's subject to change. That's on day 3, and it's probably, I mean, right now it looks like a low-end severe threat. I think the most exciting prospects about that severe threat for Chicago is, actually just getting rain over there. Wouldn't that be great? Just getting some rain would be amazing. Dude, if I look like Jimmy Neutron, that'd be awesome. I'd love to look like that. I don't have the hair for it, though. You're being silly. You grew up in Michigan, 98 derecho rolled through at 137-mile-an-hour winds. Damn. Yeah, that's pretty intense. What made me get into meteorology? I watched the Weather Channel when I was 4, and I just kept watching it. I never lost that passion. I like the weather since I was literally a little kid. A low wake, it's actually the inverse of that. Is called a wake low. So literally the wake of the storm as passed through, and that cold air, the low pressure forms in that cold air back behind the storm, and it can also promote those rear inflow jets that form and push the storm forward. So very powerful winds back behind the strongest rain. Yeah, wake lows are common in the southeast too, into South Carolina and Georgia. I've seen a couple down there while I was studying. Thank you, Michelle. Lunch or dinner on you. I appreciate that. I'm not sure about the chase tomorrow, given my chase partner here that was actually I was going to chase with has just ran into a deer. Unfortunately, that was what happened while we've been streaming. So we no longer have chase coverage, chase footage of the storm as it continues. So it looks like the winds that moved through Dodge City were 66-mile-an-hour winds at their strongest. So that was that part of the storm. No rain up there. See the severe thunderstorm warning up north here? Look how far away from the radar you can see this outflow boundary. Wow, I don't know if I've ever seen an outflow boundary that far away from the radar before. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen this before. That's 3 miles above the surface. What? That's 3 miles above the surface, and you can see the outflow boundary. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Huh, well. Sorry, I just got distracted by that. That is wicked. What I was going to point out here was this severe thunderstorm warning up here for Larned, and also just west of Hutchinson that we were talking about. There's no rain up here. There is no thunderstorm up here. There's no lightning or anything up here. This is literally a severe thunderstorm warning up here for just the winds that are associated with this outflow boundary. Yeah, somebody save a screenshot of this. I don't think I've ever seen an outflow boundary 3 miles above the surface before. That's a new one for me. Yeah, that's I don't think I've ever seen that. That caught me off guard. And yeah, it is really cool, isn't it? It's starting to be harder to see there in the last few scans, but right there, this is the gust front of our storms from down here. 100-mile-an-hour wind gust just a little while ago. It's all the way up here. I wonder what kind of surface winds this thing has up there in Oakley, Goodland, Kansas. Wonder what that's like. It's there on the spectrum width too. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It does look like that. Exactly what it looks like, Chaz. Could it affect flights in that area? Usually planes are a little bit higher up than that. They fly a little bit higher up, but if it's a local flight, yeah, sure. That could provide a source of turbulence. Absolutely. I would not want to fly through that. All right, let's take one quick peek up into South Dakota just to see what's happening up here. So we still have some strong storms entering the Nebraska sand hills, sand dunes here in Cherry County. So it looks like some hailstorms and damaging winds have formed their own complex right here. This is also probably a mesoscale convective system. Several supercells merged together. And we just have some basically a line of hail and damaging wind here approaching Valentine, Kilgore, and Cody. This is in north central Wisconsin, Nebraska, and south central South Dakota. Looks like no tornado threat with this. Just going to be some wind and hail. This will probably last for a little bit of time here as it moves off into parts of the state here. Looks like generally it's going to travel this direction. So what I would say about this storm system here is that that's probably one of the best setups for viewing sprites. Those reds and blue, essentially explosions that occur above thunderstorms. If you've watched Pico's Hank, then you know what sprites are. And if you've watched Pico's Hank and you don't know what sprites are, I'd recommend watching his videos on sprites. This is probably a great opportunity to see some sprites from far away. Wouldn't be surprised if someone was out there trying to film those, because that is a wonderful look. Wonderful look at that. Nope, if you're in Oklahoma City, I think the storms will be off to your north. But you might get that gust front we just looked at, and so there might be some gusty winds at some point, but I don't think it's going to be any thunder and lightning and so forth. Yeah, I met Pico Sank too. He was a charm at Jim to talk with. I wish I could talk with him more and spend more time out there with him, but it was great to talk to him when I did get to. I talked to him for like an hour and a half in a hotel in Lubbock, Texas. So there you go, sprite viewing. Nothing else super incredible about this storm. They're a little bit less intense, believe it or not, than this destructive warned storm here in northwest Oklahoma. And that's where we're looking at here. Once again, for those just joining, passing through, getting a weather update. This is the past hour of what we've been watching from this destructive windstorm moving through. At the moment, looks like the strongest winds are propagating this direction towards probably just north of Enid, towards Ponca City. I know we had somebody viewing from there. And it looks like maybe the strongest winds will stay just south of Wichita. However, that gust front looks pretty mean. And I think you're probably going to get some strong winds in Wichita, regardless of whether or not you get the rain. Eventually down the line towards the Tulsa Metro, if it reaches there, it'll probably happen around midnight and just a little bit after midnight. So given what we're watching here is the last hour of this storm progression, this storm has moved from here, back here near Meade, to this line in 1 hour. So if we extrapolate, let's do a little bit of extrapolation. That means another hour puts it here, west of Wichita, which would be 10:30 p.m. So maybe Wichita at around 11 p.m. would be the windiest point for you in Central Time. And then Tulsa might be around 11:30 to midnight when you're going to start to see this off on the horizon, if it is still mature and healthy by the time it gets to you. You think of Jimmy Neutron now? You know what? I'll take it. So yeah, same line for Coffeeville as Tulsa is what I would say. Any tornadoes? Well, if there was a tornado, I don't know if I mean we definitely didn't see it. We definitely didn't see it if it happened. What I'll say for possible tornadoes today is we had one near to the east of Austin, Manitoba. That might have happened in a town that's called McGregor, I think, right along the Trans Canada Highway 1. We might have had a tornado in that town in Manitoba. That was right before I went live. And another tornado that could happen was back here in Texas County in Oklahoma, near Optima, Adams area. And then we had a 114-mile-an-hour wind gust in Beaver County in Oklahoma. I mean, I don't know if that was straight line or if that was a brief tornado or something, because those really powerful winds. So we'll see. Yep, Hunter is doing okay. Just unfortunately, probably not a drivable car after an interaction with a deer. Exactly, Farmer. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what flying a plane through that outflow boundary would be like, but I don't want to be on that plane. Yeah, that gust front is absolutely amazing. That caught me off guard. I did not expect to see that. Have a great one, Tobias. Thanks for being here. Will I be streaming tomorrow? Almost certainly not, as it stands. There would have to be an upgrade to the tornado risk and also upgrade to an enhanced risk, I think, to stream tomorrow for a localized area. And right now, that is not the case. So we'll have to monitor it. That's what I do for my job, anyways. I monitor that stuff. So if it looks like it's gonna increase in intensity and risk level, then I will consider it. Great to see you, Celestial. Yeah, definitely extreme wind. I mean, having a destructive severe here means that I'm not going to go offline while that's happening. But, I mean, if you look at the storm, it really doesn't look that organized. Just looks like a couple of blobs on radar, right? Like, Annie, why are you live? Why are you covering this, why are you covering the storm blob right here? What's this about? Well, it's because this warning right here, including all of Oklahoma, has 80-mile-an-hour winds associated with it. That's why I'm live. When viewing from the ground, how can you see a surge? You look at the cloud. The base of the cloud will take on a horseshoe shape, and you can see the rear flank in the lowest part of the cloud there, especially near the wall cloud. That would you would see an RFD surge in the wall cloud, or the updraft base, either one of those. So if it takes on that horseshoe shape, you can see literally where the wind is punching into that lowest part of the storm. Give me a gust front tweet. I don't know what that means. Did you capture the gust front? I wonder if there's a shelf cloud associated with it. I don't know if it, along this gust front, if there's, I mean, if this is all in clear air up here, or if there's actually any sort of clouds associated with it. Probably down here, there's probably clouds, and it would form into a shelf, but just with no rain behind it. Very fascinating stuff. I don't think this isn't expected to hit Oklahoma City. You can kind of see the path of it here. It should even stay to the north of Guthrie, maybe even north of Stillwater. If it does take the east-southeast path here. If it doesn't, and it moves more to the east, then it's definitely staying very far away from that. And you might just get a little bit of a boundary that moves through eventually with some minor gusty winds. But I'm not concerned about Oklahoma City at all. So hopefully that helps you feel a little better. Watching from Warwick, New York. Hope you're doing well there, Meredith. Bad will tomorrow be not too bad at the moment. Guess of wind speed in Wichita. Well, as of what the storm looks like right now and the progression of the gust front, it looks like it's trying to develop more to the east-southeast here. You probably won't get too severe of winds, but you'll probably get a severe thunderstorm warning here on the northern periphery into Wichita. We'll see. I'm doing good, Joyce. Thank you. This is GR2 Analyst. I also use Radar Omega to show the broad scale when we're looking at the risk areas, risk concerns, and so forth. And also, if we ever look at the Canadian radars, like we were looking at Manitoba earlier today, you can do that on Radar Omega as well. Any concern for Northwest Arkansas later? That is on the tail end of this severe threat. The tail end of this severe threat is going to be Northwest Arkansas, Southwest Missouri, and that is going to be at 2 a.m. or later, your time zone, Central Time. And thus, I'm not too concerned about that. That should be when the storm is dying out, but it might still carry some powerful wind gusts with it by that time. So that's for Branson. That's for that area over there. Should not be too bad. I think the last area I would be concerned with if somehow we're still on by that point would be the Tulsa Metro. If we're still on by that point, which would mean there's a continuation of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which is what we're monitoring currently. This radar site is now closer to the storm. Let's go take a look at what we're seeing from this radar site as we get closer here. Still a very powerful pocket of winds now, probably just off to the north of Alva in Oklahoma. A new look at this storm here, just from the east. Still looks concerning. I like severe weather. Yes, absolutely. I want to be in severe weather while also having nobody else be in severe weather so that they're not anxious or anything about it. That's the best. Yeah, not too concerned about Tulsa at the moment. It doesn't look like it's going to be too bad, but a localized area of impacts along the line of this is possible. So if you go to sleep now, you might be woken up. But I think it looks a little bit less intense than the derecho did on Father's Day 10 days ago. Yeah, you can look at the heights of clouds and thunderstorms. I don't have a real reason to do that. Unless the storm is just developing. If the storm's ongoing for a while, looking at the echo tops or the literally the cloud tops of storms helps you determine whether it's weakening or maintaining strength, based on if the clouds are shorter or taller. But I don't usually look at that because I don't really need to. Several other things are going to tell me if the storm is stronger or not. But echo tops are pretty cool. When people tell you that, hey, this storm is 60,000 feet tall or 12 miles tall, that's it gets your attention, right? So it's definitely an attention thing. Happy to help, Reach. Happy to help. I appreciate the support. Am I surprised that we didn't get a PDS severe thunderstorm watch? In some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. Because the only reason that watch would have been valid, so to speak, is the development of that supercell in front of the line, then accelerating the rest of the line and proving to be pretty dangerous there. That would have warranted a severe thunderstorm watch. That was a particularly dangerous situation, but you know, that supercell didn't pop up until like 30 minutes before it was going to be absorbed by the line, so it's a little bit difficult to issue a watch for a localized area like that. So at the same time, I am not surprised. We have to have really strong winds to get the dangerous situation watches. And at the moment, I think we're just looking at, you know, a significant wind threat. One that may not become a derecho as it is a little bit less of an organized threat here. But if it surges again and then it begins to fan out again as it gets over in these areas, then I think it could be a derecho. But at the moment, it might lose its status here. Or it might lose its ability to attain it, rather. Hope you're enjoying there in Florida. Appreciate that, Walton County. Yeah, no airliner flying over that, for sure. Yes, there will be severe thunderstorms tomorrow in the Twin Cities area. More than likely. I'm in the southeast metro there, so I am interested in what tomorrow will do in my area. Some large hail possible. Not too long ago, Shane. I don't remember when it was, but it was the it was the one in Mississippi. That actually didn't pan out. There was an expected derecho down in Mississippi, and it didn't end up happening. Not in the primary area, at least. It did not end up happening. Where'd the gust front go? It's still showing up a little bit out here. We're on a different radar site now, so it's a little bit more difficult to see it over there. So I think that was the last one, Shane. What's with the Gales Hub? Or Gales Hub? Galesburg? You can see smoke. Right there, especially. We've had that cam up because of the smoke. So we've been looking at the smoky areas in a live feed there. Because we had Storm Chaser Hunter out here, but unfortunately he ran into a deer. So his car was probably not in a good condition to run, and thus we don't have Storm Chaser feeds anymore. So we're taking a look at the smoke. He's okay, just in case you're concerned. He's all right. I think somebody's picked him up already, and he's off on his way to the north here. So he's moving again. Probably. I think St. Cloud's on the edge of the lower end risk, the marginal threat, or 1 out of 5. So maybe storms will get pretty close to y'all. You could go ahead and take a look at that. Let's go over to Radar Omega. And take a look at the risks tomorrow while we wait for updates on this severe thunderstorm complex down there in northwest Oklahoma. Now we don't have several destructive severes. We don't have an active area of circulation. Tornado threat looks very low to almost none at the moment. So let's take a look at our forecast, okay? What you been waiting for. Here's tomorrow's look right now, subject to change. We're in that slight risk, and I'm going to pull up the model. We should have the 0Z run here, which will give us a look quite a bit into the future here for tomorrow and into Thursday. So here's tomorrow's risk, slight risk in the yellow, 2 out of 5. And I'm right here in south of St. Paul in this southeast metro area, so I'm right smack dab in the middle of it. Hopefully I'll get some good footage. I'll put it on Twitter for y'all if I see anything here, because I don't think I'm going to go chasing tomorrow. Unless somehow Hunter and crew make it up here still after hitting a deer. I have no idea how they get that done, but if they do make it up here, I might go chasing. Definitely want to accompany them to, help them feel better after, unfortunately, having a wreck today. So maybe I can make their days a little better if I accompany them. That would be a great thing to do. So this up here is for wind and hail. Large hail is possible, and a very brief tornado threat, only a 2%. And I'm going to go ahead and show you what the progression is from the latest model run, so we can see what happens. So a little bit of some morning storms. This is common when we get a storm risk. So this is 6 a.m. Central here. Possibly spare thunder here in the Twin Cities Metro. Maybe even another round of maybe stronger rain at 10 a.m. Interesting. So a couple rounds of rain possible. And there we have almost nothing. Great. So that's why we have a slight risk, because we have maybe one supercell here near Eau Claire at 6 p.m. Central. And then maybe everything else kind of fails to develop. So one strong storm possible tomorrow via this model's output along Highway 29 towards Wausau and Stevens Point. So if this is the truth tomorrow, if we don't get any supercells actually through the slight risk, it's not a guarantee. The model might be failing to resolve them, and that's why this is a slight risk, because it might just be isolated severe weather. What I'm seeing here is maybe this morning storm here that moves through at 9 to 10 a.m. If this happens, this might have some small hail with it too. So very interesting here. So that's tomorrow. And then let's look at Thursday real quick here. Now we're down here on Thursday. And if we go to midnight tomorrow, or midnight Thursday, you can see a bunch of... okay. a bunch of not what I expected developing in the morning hours. Interesting. So right here tomorrow, I guess that's why we have the marginal threat that exists down through here. So this Wednesday's marginal threat looks to take place after midnight in Illinois here. So some storms move through, lots of rain. And then this is the afternoon hour here. So this is 6-7 p.m. Central. This model wants to resolve a large storm here northwest of Chicago, maybe another one west of DeKalb. There in the evening hours, and that's the maximum range that we can go out here. So that's subject to change very heavily. The model is never right. It just gives us an idea of what might happen in this area. So what might happen and why we have slight risks in place is we might have a couple of storms that move through and they might be strong. And yeah, so you see that. There you go. That is the progression of things and why there is probably not a live stream planned over these next few days because it doesn't look like it's too intense here in the Midwest. What we need from these storms over these next 2 days is some frickin' rain. That's what we need. We need some rain to fall here in the Midwest and relieve some drought. Even in the in the less drought-stricken areas, we still want rain. So that's what we need over these these next 2 days. We need rain. After that, I don't have any runs that go much further out after that. That would show the risk for Friday, but there might be a lower end severe threat here in Ohio, maybe all the way up into southern Ontario into southeastern Ontario. We'll see. But at the moment, a little too far out. And no defined severe area is in place for those days. What's more concerning is the heat down here. This is what I am concerned with. The heat from St. Louis into the south is not good news as we get into the weekend. Friday, especially. That's some record-breaking heat, I think. So but be ready for that more than you're worried about any storms that might pass through over the next couple days. I would be very worried about the heat if you have any plans for that. So let's see what this model also thinks about today's storms from its runtime. How does it think it's going to progress here? So it still holds together a pretty well-defined storm here. This is midnight, 1 a.m., 3 a.m. Central. Still holds together a pretty well-defined storm here, and you can see that risk goes just down to Little Rock. So the day risk right now it goes through 7 a.m. Central. That's why you can see this is 7 a.m. and the storm is basically at the end of the risk area here, and that's when this outlook ends. So all the outlooks that the Storm Prediction Center issues go from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Or 12Z to 12Z if you use the Greenwich Mean Time. And you can see the progression of the storm through those hours pretty nicely here. So let's hop back on over to the radar, see if we still have a destructive warning with this. Still looks like it's trying to put out some significant winds here as it goes right through Alva now. I know we had somebody in Alva earlier here in Oklahoma. So they're getting in on the worst of it right now, but I think that might be it though, because I think this was actually downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm. And I am currently streaming a couple of blobs to you guys. So do you have any questions here? Do you have any questions here as we approach the end here? So the severity level for Northwest Arkansas, I don't think is going to be too high. The hope is that it's not. There's not a lot of cape out ahead of this thing, so I think it's going to lose intensity as it gets closer to Tulsa and Northwest Arkansas. I don't see a reason for it to regain intensity. So I think we saw the worst of this, and I don't think this will become a derecho. I think we're going to say this is not a derecho. A derecho is a powerful windstorm. 75-mile-an-hour winds are frequent along its entire path of 240 miles or greater. So essentially, it started back here. It has to travel over 240 miles with severe winds the entire time, and significant winds also subjectively assigned to it, and then it's a derecho. The next few weeks, probably not. I'd rather do that in a video, Shane. Why would I take away from a video? Does everyone hit the like button? Yeah, good point. Or the purple lines and velocity, those are range folding areas. The way velocity works is further out from the storm. It's just it's a complex radar thing. I don't even think I'm going to be able to describe it to you in a way that would make sense, because it's just radar artifact stuff. The way that velocity works, a certain distance out begins to fold back on itself, and the values returned get garbled as a result. South Japan has some bad storms. Interesting. Greenwich, thank you. Sorry, why did I say Greenwich? I knew that. I knew that. I've heard that one before. You're in Northwest Arkansas. Your family's in Alva. It's looking good. And if I could reinforce anything about today's stream and coverage, it would be that the most concerning thing coming up is the heat. That is the most concerning thing. Let me show that once again. I've been on the wrong scene this whole time. I want to show you guys the heat. I want to show you guys the heat again. Look at this. This is the graphic from weather.gov, literally the homepage. But I'm going to interpolate it for you in a way that you can understand. I'm going to explain it. So in the gray here, air quality alerts. That's your smokiness over here. Smoke that's filtering down here and eventually will be pushed out by a cold front that's coming through tomorrow and Thursday for much of these areas. And then Friday back over here. So you might get some smoke over into Ohio at some point. But what we're really focused on is this down here. In the red here, also in Central California, these are excessive heat watches. These are extremely rare for this area of the Southeast. In fact, if you look here in Birmingham, the Birmingham National Weather Service area, this is the first time they've ever issued an excessive heat watch in the history of their office. The same is true for Nashville. First time they've ever issued an excessive heat watch in their time. And that means that conditions for essentially temperatures above 105 degrees Fahrenheit, what it's going to feel like outside in the humidity, that humid air, is expected 2 to 3 days out from now, and then will continue for some time through the weekend, essentially. So these offices have never issued watches because there's never been a scenario where there's high confidence in those conditions being in place in areas in Birmingham into the west, Nashville into the west, and St. Louis into the southeast. Memphis has issued an excessive heat watch before. So has Jackson, Mississippi. When was that? 15 years ago. That was the last time they issued an excessive heat watch from those offices in this vicinity. So that also gives way to the rarity of the excessive heat conditions expected well out ahead of time. And thus the confidence level that it is going to be very hot out here. It doesn't mean it's going to be hotter than it was last year. It doesn't mean it's going to be hotter than it was 15 years ago. It just means that there's really high confidence that it is going to be exceptionally hot in these areas and maybe break some daily records. So that's in place over there. The pink areas here are current excessive heat warnings, meaning it's ongoing. We have conditions of heat indices at 105 Fahrenheit or over 40 Celsius or greater ongoing. So that's for New Orleans area. You guys have been feeling it in that humidity. Central Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, you guys have been feeling it and are about to feel it. And same is true also for lots of Texas. I'm sure you guys know. And then we also have the watch out here for the Central California Valley. Central Valley here is going to get in also on some very high temperatures also through this weekend. And they're no stranger to those temperatures, but this will be essentially the hottest temperatures this year so far. So you got the watch out to let you know that it's going to get hot. And stuff's going to go down here. So this is I mean, you can see how widespread this heat is. It's summertime for sure. Some of these areas, their hottest month of the year is June, especially back here into Midland, Texas. Climatologically, June is the hottest month. So I really want to emphasize that this. Oh, and also we have them down here in parts of Arizona as well. I really want to emphasize that this is, one of the most pertinent things that we need to focus on in terms of getting people prepared for a dangerous weather scenario, and that's heat. And the heat is now transitioning to a lot of the southeast and the Ohio River Valley and the lower Mississippi River Valley as well. This is a flood watch up here, so we've had some flooding concerns up there recently. Yeah, so please prepare for the heat. Please prepare for the heat in these areas. You don't see this all that often, so you want to make sure that you're ready for this, just in case. You don't want to be out in this. It's not going to be good for you. So just make sure that you're ultra aware of that. Just make sure you're ultra aware of that as we get into the weekend here. Because there probably won't be another stream, but we'll probably have a video. And if we have a video on any channel, whether it's the extra channel on Ryan's channel, the main channel, or an Andy video coming up, if I can get one done here, I will be focusing on the heat quite a bit. Okay. I think it's supposed to last, especially through the weekend. This is actually a case where your weather app will give you a good idea of actually what's going to happen. You can just see the general trend in temperatures, and then I can, of course, fill you in on whether that's what we expect meteorologically, or if there's some reinforcing factor, or if it looks like it's going to happen again, so forth. And yeah, the first thing I talked about was the gray air quality alerts. That's for the smoke that's up here. So we'll see. We'll see about that. If I flip back to the radar, you can see our warnings now are just general severe thunderstorm warnings. Yep, we're down to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with these warnings. It looks disorganized. It's probably going to be pretty windy along its path, but it doesn't look like a high-end event right now, which means that it is time to wrap up the stream. So, I appreciate all the mods who are here today. Solid 4.5-hour stream. We saw a couple of tornadoes, very interesting. A couple of tornado warnings, rather, very interesting areas of concern. And some very strong wind gusts, 114 miles an hour there in Beaver County in Oklahoma. I don't know when we're gonna top a wind gust like that. And then we also saw the gust front 3 miles above the surface. We saw some really interesting things today on this stream, and while it's not your really entertaining tornado outbreak, or you need to get information to people, I think that was still really important coverage, and we saw some really interesting weather things. So I hope that you gained a lot from this stream. And if you enjoyed it, don't forget to sub to the channel and leave a like, because all of those things help YouTube let YouTube know, everybody knows that this is good stuff. And thank you again to everybody who sent in super chats today. Your support has been immense. Thank you so much for that. I never want to make it about that, so the fact that you're doing that and looking out for me in that way when I'm not even focusing on it means a lot to me, because you are going out of your way to do something like that. So I appreciate you. Keep Hunter in your thoughts, of course. Going through a wreck because he hit a deer. Nobody wants that to happen. A huge shout out to Hunter for streaming today, and going all the way down here to this wind threat, giving us a look at some beautiful storms, really good lightning. So huge shouts to Hunter as well. Okay. Once Hunter's YouTube is very active, I hope everybody subs to him as well. Thank you guys for being here. Stay safe in Tulsa. Keep an eye out if this does wake you up. I think it's going to be pretty far south of Wichita, but it might be pretty gusty. Same thing for Northwest Arkansas in the early morning. Makes sense. Good look forward to the rain in the Midwest coming up, and stay safe in the heat, and I will see you guys later. All right? Thank you so much for watching today. Much appreciated.